Now I'm recording on Zencaster.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Justin, thank you for saving my bacon.
No problem. That's I guess what I'm here for.
Newfangled technology and all.
I suppose.
Do you have an opening?
Do we have an opening?
Just in general for the show? I have something
for $5 an hour.
Because I've learned a lot about current events recently. And so I found this game that helped me learn about it. It's called Blaster Master Blasting Again.
Great.
And I swear this is what I think happened in the world. And this is what it says in the manual.
Oh, please.
The year is 2019. The Earth is expecting a series of large-scale disasters like crustal subsidence and abnormal tides. Not many consider the possibility of extraterrestrial raid was behind the global calamity. But if it hadn't been for an underground battle fought 18 years ago, and one hero in particular, none of them would be here now. This is what happened last year, I assume. His name was Jason. It was he who drove the lightning beings away from our planet by manipulating special machines using special. Yeah, anytime you're like manipulating machines, you're just using them. Manipulating special machines developed by an unknown extraterrestrial world. Since then, he has continued to save this planet from countless threats. How many? This one 18 years ago, and now this second one, countless. And once again, Earth needs his help. Remember, again, it's twice. This one time and now again. But it was no longer possible since he had lost his life. He's dead. Great. End of story? No. No.
Did he come back?
Somehow. Yes.
Okay,
he can
so
bring Jason back, but no one else from calamities. Hope.
So he's like Jesus.
Jason Jesus.
That's his name. That's it.
But
exactly.
hope remained in Jason's children. Oh, so Jason is just dead. Okay.
Oh.
So hope remained.
Okay,
sorry.
never mind.
Hope remained in Jason's children who had taken over his mission. Okay. Their names are Roddy and Elfie. Okay.
Roddy is a good name. I like it. It's strong.
Especially if you're driving a tank.
Or if you wear a kilt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or if you wear a kilt while driving a tank.
Even better.
They continue fighting the lightning beings. This makes no sense. Because if the lightning beings were driven back, how could they continue fighting them? They were gone from Earth.
I think you're asking all the wrong questions here, Mike.
Yeah.
I think you need to ask the question of where is he now, and where are his children now, and how can they help us?
Well, the great struggle is about to begin, and
Fantastic.
many secrets will be uncovered. That's what happened last year. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
We don't know what secrets there are.
They're odd that we know that there are secrets,
but we don't know what they are.
We don't know. We don't know actually. We don't know that we don't know them. We just know that they'll be uncovered. So this writer may be. Anyway, did you guys know that the guy in Blaster Master is named Jason?
I did, actually.
That's so lame.
Because I played the game and I also read the novelization of said game.
There's a novelization of Master Blaster?
There is a fucking novel of Blaster. I mean, it's a little bitty. It's like a Scholastic Kids book.
Okay, all right. I was going to say, yeah, that was one of my favorite games as a kid, and my mind is blown that anybody needed to write a novelization of that game. But why not?
He's looking for it.
Well, I need proof that it exists, or else I will forever think it's fake.
He's like, I've just read it recently.
I've got it somewhere because I know I wouldn't have gotten rid of it.
He's not looking in a joke way. Let's be clear.
I don't see it currently, but I had purged a lot of books, but I would not have purged that Blaster Master book.
And nor should you
hold on. No, I know exactly where it is.
Okay. All right. Fantastic.
Justin will talk in the meantime.
All right.
Yeah.
How you been, Mike? How you doing?
I've been good. I've been all right. I mean, bad, horrible. Everything's horrible, but I've been okay.
Right.
I've been good. Yeah.
It's that kind of year. It's that kind of year,
What is that thing sitting next to you? Does it provide the time? That curvy?
Oh yeah, that's an alarm clock. It's very futuristic and has a nice display. Curved.
Hey, Justin, whatever happened to curved TVs?
I think that went away when 3D technology stopped being a thing. That was like part of that whole thing.
I knew so many D-bags who tried to convince me that their curved TV was so great. Mm-hmm. And that their curved TV was like so amazing, and that they could see their TV from any angle. To which I would reply, "I can see my TV from any angle."
Yeah.
I'm not really sure, but where'd they go? People were so comfortable. 3D technology, really happy that died. Amazing.
Yeah, that died. Also, basically, they once everything updated to like OLED displays and stuff like that, that you don't need to curve an OLED anymore because you can see it from all angles. Old LCDs, if you got on
I was wrong.
On the wrong angle of them,
movie where they curved OLEDs.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm sure you can curve an OLED. I just think it's stupid to do that because you can see it from wherever.
I have a curved OLED. It was a mistake. It is so unwieldy, and you can't mount it to anything.
Oh, I never thought about that. It's like Mr. Magoo.
Yeah.
You're trying to put a flat shit.
I would love to be able to mount it to my TV stand so that I can actually use that first shelf. But no. It's got to be on that shelf. So like, I got to make some hard decisions when the next gen consoles come out. Cause it's like, where am I putting my PS4 and my Xbox One?
Yeah.
All right. We need to start this fucking episode.
we could start this fucking episode. Let's do it. I'm ready.
I keep my video game books together in the game room, but I couldn't find it there. I think it's in another box somewhere. I think it's with like some comics or something, but there is a little Blaster Master book.
I believe
it has the same box art as the NES game, which is some of the worst box art on the NES. It's just like a zoom in of one of the boss sprites, like out of context. You're like, what is that? Like, why didn't you show the tank? The tank is the coolest part of that game.
Let me tell you something. This fucking art for this Blaster Master blasting again is dope. The art is amazing. It's not as good as the game art. Like, I mean, it's not, the game art isn't as good. Are we starting the episode?
We're about to.
Nope, that's the intro. And welcome to Nerds Without Pants. No.
All right, here we go.
All right.
This week in NWP. Fucking member berries.
Come in and put your weary feet up. Come in and gently close the door. Our time will leave you intrigued and wanting more. Remove your clothes. Listen to those headphones. Take off your pants.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Nerds Without Pants, episode 179. We cover everything while bearing it all. I am Julian, and I'm joined as always by Justin.
I would like everyone to remember that apathy is death.
Duly noted. Thank you, sir.
You think about that.
Is it
And joining us again here to tell us all of the things that we've done wrong and said wrong in the last like 7 or 8 episodes of the show.
I'm excited.
We have friend of the show, Mike Fallek.
Welcome to our 2-hour Phil Fish debate. I'll be your moderator for tonight, Mike Fallek. Leave Phil Fish alone. He did nothing wrong.
Wait, I'm the moderator. I don't give a shit. You two go. That's between
what
you
did
guys.
he do?
I just don't like him, Mike.
That's it. Yes, you just don't like him. That's fine. But he didn't do anything.
I think he is like the epitome of man baby, and when he was coming up in the industry, like he was trying so hard to be the bad boy of video game development, and it was just like, dude, shut up. Like, you just got here. Like, you don't get to talk to these legends like this. It was that type of thing. It was sort of like with pro wrestling, where like as like a new wrestler,
analogy
like
that's making sense to me.
you don't come into the locker room and just be like, hey, what's up, fellas, and just start acting like you own the place. Like, no, you come in, you say hello, and you shut the fuck up.
Known for its modesty.
Yes.
Thanks, Julian. Now it makes all the sense in the world.
Yes.
I'm not one for gatekeeping. There was just something about that dude that rubbed me the wrong way. And then when I saw Indie Game the movie, I was like, oh yeah, okay, nope. not this dude.
Here's all I'm saying. Every time someone was like, he said something shitty, someone said something shitty to him a second before and he's just responding. Anytime someone says like an opinion that was like controversial, it's like he said like, oh, Japanese games suck when someone asked him about modern Japanese games. He was talking about the Wii. So any gamer that hates the Wii has to like Phil Fish, who said that the Wii sucks.
Are you saying that I have to like Phil Fish now?
Yes, it's
Okay,
required.
The Wii sucks. The games on the Wii, like there's a lot of great games on the Wii. It's just they're on a bad platform.
It's very true.
Mm-hmm. Which is what he said. He said interfaces suck. Oh, now you have to like Phil Fish.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't have to like Jonathan Blow either.
Yeah, that's true. That's true as well. Anyway, I love the Wii.
Wii's all right. I've actually like of my older consoles, that is the one that I think about playing the most. Because I have picked up a bunch of games for it in the last few years where I'm like, I really want to play this. I've got like Endless Ocean and I've got Zack and Wiki. Well, actually I had Zack and Wiki from like when it was new. It's still sealed. But like, yeah, Endless Ocean and like the RPGs and, Mario Galaxy 2, which I never played. Like there's a lot of games on there that.
Do you own the true definitive Wii game of Red Steel?
I do.
You're not a Wii owner unless you own Red Steel.
I got that for free because I went to a GameStop and I was like, hey, how much is this? And they go in the back like, we're not aware we sell that game. So congratulations. We have no record of that game existing.
I was going to say you got ripped off. They should have paid you to take that game from them. But
Red Steel seemed fine at the. It's just it's just.
I haven't played it yet. Is it good?
It seemed like a decent B grade launch title showing off what the system can do with the waggle.
It was the one that a lot of people were excited for because it was like, oh, that's what I want to use the Wii remote for is the sword fights. It was like a cool like concept. Like it was the one that like, obviously when the Wii got shown off, everyone was like lightsaber battles with Wii. Let's do this shit. And that was like the closest thing you could get to. And it did not live up to that, which was promised. It's kind of hilarious how it's structured actually. Cause it's like first person shooter. And then like you go, and then like it switches to like, now there's katana fights. And I'm like, why don't you just shoot that guy with the gun? I don't understand why you're switching. Is there an honor thing?
Justin, are you saying that it switches? Maybe they were just ahead of their time.
I was going to say, I was not saying that at all. I think Ubisoft made that game. So,
Well, I know, but still they could be ahead of it. That's how they got the Mario versus Rabbids game.
You're right.
You see, yep. Just follow the money.
You're right. It's
Google it. You will find it.
That was a great snap, by the way. I am not a at the moment snapper. I can wink on cue, but
thanks.
It's going to take me a few times. You can't whistle.
I cannot whistle.
Justin, can you do the S whistle? The
Oh, that's audio gold. That's audio gold.
Yeah, that's pretty good. All right, this is already off the rails. We haven't even gotten started.
What are we going to do?
Look forward to this for 2 to 3 hours, people.
You're welcome.
Hours.
You're welcome, world.
But real quick, before we actually jump into things, by the time this episode is live, you can listen to me on the latest episode of Games My Mom Found. We'll be doing Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver 2, which as we record this, I'm a little bit more than halfway through. So look forward to that because we'll record that on, even though we're not recording that until 3 days from now, it'll be up 2 days before this comes out because I'm much crazier about editing.
Yeah.
And also it's a much longer podcast. So
very true.
Think that's it though. Let's go ahead and take off our pants, relax, and jump on into the stage select. And this week's stage select is my pick. I think it was a little. We're swinging and a missing with these stage select topics lately because I think they're getting a little too esoteric for listeners. But what I wanted was us to reminisce about the good old days of gaming, whatever that may be for you, and just talk about things that you miss that aren't really around in gaming anymore. And I think Mike is a good person to have on here because even though Mike is younger than me, he's also experiencing old games for the first time now. So it's like this really interesting perspective where we're going to be talking about stuff that he's currently experiencing and reminiscing about it. But for him, it's new.
I had a question for everyone. Like, what systems, just so we get an idea, what systems do you have currently hooked up and have played in the last year?
Me, I have the Switch, the Xbox One, the PlayStation 4, the PlayStation 2. Let's see. And then if we're talking portables, I've also played my PSP and my GBA, and my DS and my 3DS. Well, 3DS with DS games.
Right.
Cool.
That's in the last year. And that's mainly because I moved, so I packed up all of my old systems, and it's just a pain because see, the downside of keeping all of the packaging for your systems and all the baggies and twisty ties is that you're compelled to use those when you pack them back up. But then you're less inclined to unpack them when you move because you have all the baggies and twisty ties and everything. And
Makes sense. That makes sense.
Justin?
I have, let's see, I'm not very new or old school. I have my PC.
And Justin just moved also.
Yeah. I did just move, but you know.
We'll count it before. It's a year. So it doesn't matter if it's
true.
So PC, and then I got my PlayStation 4 and my Xbox One and my Switch, and then I think in the last year I probably played my Vita, but mostly I play old PlayStation 1 games on that, and that's really about it in the past year. Because I don't revisit the old stuff that much, to be honest. Yet. Eventually. I do have. I was plotting. I don't know if that made the episode last time, but
it did.
Okay, great. I was plotting to start a whole thing with old games, and I don't know if I will or not, but it's in the plans.
So we'll start from oldest to newest for me. Atari 2600 is hooked up to the TV. I played some new games that I bought, Jungle Hunt a little bit. I got to lean away. Original Xbox is hooked up.
Which I have never owned.
Oh, sorry. I skipped oldest to newest. Genesis and SNES are both hooked up. Genesis is the system I've played the most recently. 2 Wii's. One in my, so I work too hard. So I have a TV in front of me that I play a lot of my retro games on. So I have that in here. And then if I play games with, my partner, that's out in the other room. Mm-hmm. So I have 2 Wii's, one in here, one that is a GameCube as well, the white one in the other room, the fat PlayStation 2 in the other room, Retrobit, which has mostly arcade games from Data East and some other Sega titles, the classic SNES, and my 3DS, obviously. I've passed the year point on my Game Gear. That has not been turned on in a year, I don't think.
I mean, that's wise.
Yeah, it's fine.
Well, no, I recapped mine. So I can play mine all I want. I went in and took out the capacitors. So now I actually have a brand new Game Gear.
Nice.
So,
yeah, but it's a brand new Game Gear.
So I don't want to. Well, luckily for you, Julian, I actually have 2 Game Gears. One that I recapped and one that had been recapped recently. So I am pretty good to play all of those. Oh, and
no, but they're Game Gears,
right?
Is what I'm saying
is that there's this person I bought it from had a shocking amount of Echo the Dolphin games, but
that's the worst game ever made, right? The worst game ever made. Really it started a dolphin. I'm not a fan.
I agree with you, by the way. I think dolphins are completely overrated. Yeah, we're on the same page.
I appreciate that, Mike. I really do.
Justin, is the reason you hate dolphins so much is because you don't understand their porpoise?
No, because I was fucking bitten by one. Fuck you. That's a real thing that happened. God damn it. I'm not going to bring it up. All right. That's different. It's not the time. It's not the place. Let's just move on with our lives.
It's not the time for that dolphin tail.
No,
or dolphin tail too.
Exactly.
No. And Xbox 360, I guess. That's probably, Xbox 360 as well.
I'm fine with whales. They have blowholes.
Hey, want me to blow your mind? Dolphins are whales.
That's okay. Well, I guess fuck whales then. I don't know what else to say.
I'm into it.
You really are that South Park episode now with Japan.
Okay, I have to be honest. I find whales really creepy, And I've been told by other entertainers, like, you can't talk about how you find whales creepy because everyone like wants to save the whales, which I agree, save the whales, but also save the whales because like they are so scary looking. Have you ever seen humpback whales sleep? I've said this before to other people. They sleep vertically. They sleep like this.
That sounds like Death Stranding.
That I was just going to say that's where Kojima got the idea for Death Stranding. He saw them sleeping.
And I'm saying if you saw a whale sleeping like that in anything other than the context of knowing what a whale was and you saw it in a video game and you saw that, you would shoot right away. You'd assume, oh, that's a thing to kill.
Oh, well, we like this podcast has well documented my fear of everything in the ocean. Anything that's large and in the ocean, I am deathly afraid of. Like that's why underwater levels terrify me so, and also fascinate me. Like, you know, like there was this one, like, I think it was like History Channel or something, or Discovery Channel, where they were doing like a show about prehistoric sea creatures, but they did this really cool thing where they would like do CG models of them in the water and then have divers. And so it looked like the divers were actually swimming alongside these massive creatures. And I was like, that is awesome and fucking terrifying.
I remember that shit.
Yeah.
That was not okay. Do you know Werner Herzog directed one of those?
I don't know. I did not know anything about Werner Herzog until the season of No One Can Know About This, where they were doing a bunch of Werner Herzog like bits between episodes. Anyway, that's not what we're here for. We're here to talk about the good old days of video games. I thought I would actually kick things off just because it seemed like people had a little bit of trouble with this. So I wrote them down. I never write things down for this.
Say myself included. I actually had a little bit of trouble with this myself, honestly. But
which is fine.
Yeah, wow, this is amazing.
Yeah,
because I had no trouble with this. I have written nothing down. I have too many things to talk about.
I figured you would. I was very happy to hear you were coming on this episode because I was like, I don't know how much I miss old games the more I think about it.
Oh, you're nuts.
Yeah.
Well, it's not even necessarily missing old games. It's more missing.
It's missing old gaming. That's the thing.
I did some research for this, and I listened to the 64th episode of Nerds Without Pants and the 96th episode of Nerds Without Pants, which are the anniversaries of the N64 and PlayStation 1, respectively.
There we go.
So I can quote Julian to Julian on this to talk about things that he said he missed in that one.
Yeah, there we go.
We run out of stuff.
Neat.
So we're good.
I don't think we'll run out of stuff. I honestly may end up like covering the same ground just because that's what I do on this show, because that's what happens when you record a 3-hour podcast for 8 years.
Very true.
So the first one that I came up with is levels. Not every video game needs to be a massive open world with tons of stuff to do. Sometimes it's really nice to have your jungle level, and then you finish that, and then there's a loading screen, and then you have your volcano level, and there's a boss there, and then you beat that, and then you have your ice level, or whatever. Sometimes they flow a little bit better than that. But I miss that kind of structure. There's a nice progression to it, and there's a different sensibility of design with it, I think, because there's self-contained levels, and especially in older games where maybe you didn't have a way to go back to those levels after the fact. So everything that you can do is in there in the first shot. So especially a game where there's like, that there's hidden things or secrets or items to collect, and that'll actually come up a little bit later, but it's there, and so you start to explore and try to figure out, well, what's here, and as you get more versed in like the language of video games, you start to realize as you get towards the end, wait, I'm almost at the end, but I think I missed something. And then you go back and then you go around this corner, and sure enough, oh, there it is. And I kind of like that sense of progression. And I think I got this idea when my friend Blissy came over, and I was showing her Portal. Oh, she says hi, by the way, Mike.
Hi, Blissy.
And
Blissy's a real dork. She can do math.
Yes.
That's impressive. That's better than me.
Yeah, we're like nerds that just take credit for all the math. We're like, I understand math. I've played Gauntlet. I get it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but yeah. So when she was playing, when I was showing her Portal, and Portal was like, hey, you solved that puzzle, go on to the next level, and you never go back to this area, and there's something really nice about that. And nowadays it's actually like refreshing. I started playing The Messenger right before we started recording because it just came out on Xbox this week, Justin. And I know the game, the format changes later on, but like it was really cool when like I started the game and then it had like a level screen where it was like, this is the level you're in right now, and I was like, ooh, level. Nice.
Yeah, it's not every game has forsaken that structure, and it's kind of nice to go back to it every now and then. And that's like why this was so hard for me, because like when I would think of stuff that was in old games, I'm like, but new games still do that. Like there's a lot of indie games and stuff that I enjoy that do stuff like this. And
But that's kind of my point, because so many indie games are so much trying to emulate
very true
a bygone era. So, but as far as like new games that are like, I don't want to say AAA, but like, let's say games that get like the marketing push, the ones that are like the forward facing on a platform. Yeah, you don't really see that too much anymore.
I mean, the only one I can think of is Halo.
Yeah, did Halo 5 do it that way? Was it still level based?
I never went back. I was slogging through that campaign because it's so long. That's the last like one I played ever with anyone. So like, I never went back, so I have no evidence that they did or didn't do it. I was just pressing continue.
It did do levels, but the impression I get from just the name Halo Infinite lets me know that that's going to be a much different beast, and it's probably going to be at very least like a massive hub world with like levels that shoot off of it.
Just gonna say hub world. Yeah, reminds me of something that came out recently.
What about does this extend to obviously my point of reference as soon as I think of anything is Ghosts and Goblins? Was it the fact that it was finite? Is that what you're liking? Is like speaking of Halo Infinite, like Ghosts and Goblins has this map, right? Like it shows you like this is when you're done with the game, which I find infuriating about a lot of the era I'm sort of playing right now, like Gears of War and things like that. Where you're like, when does this fucking end, man? Like, when am I done? When am I fucking like, okay, I'm going to go shoot more people. Like, I guess, but I don't really need to. Like, I shot people just a second ago. When does it fucking end? Like, is that part of it too?
That's part of it, but I think the other part of it is the fact that, and this changed as games got more, as they started moving more towards telling a cohesive story, but it would be a situation where level 3 is completely different in tone and aesthetic and enemies to level 5, right? Like this is especially true with like Nintendo games. They still do this all the time.
Very true.
Like a Mario game is a perfect example where it's like now the enemies are like 4 times bigger than they were before. Have fun. Like there's no reason, there's no explanation for this. Yeah. It's just this is what this level is like, and that's really cool. I like that stuff. Zelda dungeons are a good example too, because every Zelda dungeon has like a distinct theme. That one, I mean, obviously that one is like a built into an overworld and it's all connected, but you don't like, even with like modern role-playing games, there isn't necessarily that feeling of this dungeon is distinctly different than the last dungeon you went to, right? Like The Witcher 3, like how many times you just like go into a cave and fight like those water creatures, like that's...
Oh, that'll come up later in the cage match, by the way, because I have a really new, distinct opinion about that after you guys traumatized me with the thing you made me watch. But instant nightmares, guys. Instant nightmares. But wait, I was going to say something about Halo again. Halo, you're going to have a beach level, you're going to have an ice level, you're going to have like a space level. You're going to have a forest level, like, but I guess I'm trying to point out things that aren't there, but like, does it still, I guess the question is, does it still get you off in that same way? Like what's different about the Halo level being like an ice level, a spaceship level or whatever?
I think for me, it's just like, oh, this looks and feels different than what I was doing before, where, and I'm not saying that like no games do levels anymore, but what I'm saying is that like it used to be that all games were like level based. And then as time marched on, as games were able to become more and more seamless, like that went away. Like even as much as I'm excited for the new Ratchet and Clank game on PS5, because Ratchet and Clank is very much a level-based game, but now it's going to be like, well, but you can switch between those levels on the fly, and we're going to do it like in in the middle of the planet you're on. So at that point, isn't that just like another version of an open world when you can just like travel to all of them instantly? Like, I don't know. Well, I mean, I got to wait and see.
Well, they were always hub. So I actually played a Ratchet and Clank on PlayStation 2. I thought it was a hub world game. I thought that was an early hub world game.
No, because you go to different, like every level is a different planet.
Yeah, that's what I remember.
I mean, you can go back and forth to the planets at will. I mean, that's fine. You know, I'm not, and
it's almost like Mega Man, where you just like it has like a level select kind of thing a little bit.
All right,
yeah,
not completely, but you.
And even like I'm not going to talk about it on Consumption Junction tonight, but I replayed through Batman Arkham Asylum, which
don't talk about it because every time I play a game that's fucking 10 years old, everyone talks about it. Like, why did everyone play Dead Space last month, and now I can't watch anyone's fucking videos because I'm playing a 20-year-old game and everyone's playing Dead. Why the hell are you talking about Arkham Asylum? You haven't talked about that game in 10 years, Julian, and now I'm playing it with my girlfriend and you're gonna ruin it for me. Don't at me.
All I was going to say
why
is
does Batman have to click multiple buttons to open a grate? He should just rip it open. Why do I have to do that?
He's stealthy. He doesn't want to make a scene.
That's a good point. You know what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love the fact that like when you know you're going into a stealth area, he does it very gingerly, and when you're not, he just busts it right off.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I would love that, like Batman with two little fingers, like it's those orange eggs you get with tinfoil, those orange, the chocolate oranges, and Batman just like peels the metal
I like to
back.
imagine that he does it like Prison Break style, and he like takes his glove off and uses his fingernail to unscrew each screw, and then he puts his glove back on and he slowly lowers the grate and then goes
Batman,
down.
the master of technology, using a fingernail.
Yes, exactly. Exactly it. Yes, that's what I want to. That's exactly it.
That would be a good shot though, like him like taking the whole glove off and then like taking his little...
Alfred's in the background like, what the fuck are you doing?
You have a screwdriver, sir.
Sometimes he doesn't have the utility belt, guys. He's very resourceful.
Very true.
No, but in Arkham Asylum, even though that is like a, you know, like all the areas are connected together, you could make the case that like each area is a level, right? Like they're very distinct, and there's different things you're doing when you go into them, like the botanical garden area or the cell block area. And even Arkham City, which is open world, like there are interior levels where it basically like a lot of the gameplay changes and what you're doing and some of the storytelling around it. And I just kind of miss that with video games. And again, not that it isn't there. And a lot of the stuff that I'm going to bring up, it's not stuff that is like dead and buried and never happens anymore, but it's stuff that I rarely see anymore. Now there are a couple in here that are dead and buried, and they make me very sad.
I was going to say that's, I think where I differentiated from, because I was like, well, this still happens. Like there are indie games that do this. So like, it's not completely gone. So like, I guess that's why this was tough for me.
Right.
Yeah.
But you know me, like I don't really play with a lot of the indie games. So
I love me some indie games.
And partially, I think it's because like they're trying so hard to emulate stuff that I've already experienced,
right.
Which is admirable. But at the same time, it's like, but I was there for all of that.
Yo, dog. Gunman Clive, though. That's the only thing I have to recommend to you guys. Gunman Clive. It's on the 3DS. It's so good. It's like very clearly a Castlevania / Mega Man thing, but it's beautiful. And like it does a lot of stuff that's like very fair but hard, and like it has all these different, it's a really great game. It's a small game that was like on the 3DS. There's two of them. Gunman Clive. It's awesome. You can play like, for example, in this, I thought I was under the impression that everyone had known about it and like I was behind the 8-ball, but apparently not.
Yeah. I've never played it or seen it, but I know I've heard the name or seen it like in the 3DS store or whatever.
Yeah.
I know I've seen it.
There's two. They're both amazing. And like the big feature is like you can go back through and play with the girl you save in the first run through. You then can go play back and play with. And then when you beat it with her, you can play as like the weakest enemy in the game, which is like a duck that can't, because it's like a shooting gallery joke. And so you can't shoot with the duck. And so you go through and do all these different like you're just jumping. And the levels are slightly different too. It's the second one is amazing as well. It is sort of achieving new ground in my opinion. Okay, I think especially for how much you guys talk about Mega Man on the show, Gunman Clive was really my new Mega Man.
All right.
Yeah, I just looked it up, and I definitely have never seen that before, so I'll have to check it out.
Sick.
Well, Mike, what do you have? I'm
I
sure.
thought, I'm the guest. I thought Justin would certainly go second.
Oh, do you want me to go?
Normally, I would have the guest go first, but I just kind of wanted to give an example since this one seemed a little bit esoteric.
Yeah, I feel like you're.
I'll go
jumping at the bit.
esoteric.
You go ahead.
The Plastic Wars. I am a big fan of all the things, and obviously it's horrible for the environment, but and we're sort of seeing it come back with the release of PS5, but I am a big fan of all the stupid shapes and nodules and things that had nothing to do with anything. The shapes of cases, the shapes of cartridges. It was all nonsense. It was all the same, but they all changed it to be like unique. And it made it this thing that made buying video games feel like going through like the armory in like a Halo game, that everything was odd. Everything was shaped like, all I can describe it as is, remember the ship from the like gross guys in Galaxy Quest?
Yeah.
That's like what shopping for video games in the retro age feels like. It feels like District 12 or whatever it is. What's the one with the roaches?
District 9?
District
Yeah,
9. One of the districts. And it's like, I miss that competition, even though it's horrible for the environment. You know, like I miss the cartridges changing. I miss the weird controllers and all these other things. Like I think that was such an interesting, like ready art idea. Honestly, I own a Duke. There's no reason to own a Duke except for that it's awesome. Like it's just awesome to look at. Like that was the last era of the plastic war.
I never understood the nostalgia for the Duke. Like once they switched to the Xbox controller S, I was like, this is what a controller should be.
The Duke, I remember, was like one of the main reasons that I didn't buy like an Xbox for a long time. And then eventually they came out with the other one, and I remember somebody I know had it, and I was like, oh, this actually is nice. Okay, this is what they're doing now. Great. Awesome. Yeah, because that thing was just big. It was just big.
I don't use it. I've never used it.
Oh yeah.
I just own it because it was $1.
Put it in a glass case and just display it. Just like, look what video games used to be. That's the pinnacle of fucking controllers.
Yeah.
And then set up like a Duke Nukem soundboard with like a button so you can just press it and play Duke Nukem clips.
Yes.
Oh man.
Absolutely.
Wait, so I'll even show you one better. Wait, I gotta get my ladder. Give me a second.
Yes, for
like
this
a fucking librarian.
for this audio format, this is
it's fine.
This is fantastic.
It's fine.
My video games. I know.
This
This is sort of the essence of what I'm talking about. Even better than the Duke. You want to see the Duke while I'm up here?
I find it interesting that you're playing the music from Super Mario World, or you're humming the music from Mario World because
jam, man. Like
Mario World is the superior Mario game.
It's a good game. Don't get me wrong, it's a good game, but it has a dolphin in it. It's not as good as Mario.
You guys, I'm gonna have
Fuck you, Jeff. That's bullshit.
Oh, look at the
I'll never forgive you for this.
I'm back.
I didn't forget. Anyway,
so here's the Duke.
Okay,
and my head.
That's about right.
Yeah, it's about like three quarters of Mike's face.
I can't use it. I mean, I cannot. It hurts. It honestly hurts me with these things in here. It's so big. Now let's compare that to a Sega Genesis, which is out. Oh my god. It looks like I'm holding it closer to the camera. Like it looks like
honestly, like the Duke is probably like a more comfortable controller for me than the Xbox, like the controller S, just because it fits my hands better. But it just, nothing about it feels good to me. Like the sticks, I thought were crap. I didn't like the feel of the buttons. Like the shape of the buttons is really weird.
Yeah, they have like a weird, like almost like a teardrop shape, but it's not quite a teardrop. You're right. It's 100% weird.
You're right.
Like they were trying to
that.
conform to the shape of the side of the controller. It just would fall off.
It's like oblong.
Oh yeah.
And they said that they had like focus tested it with gamers, and it's like, how did you come up with that?
I have no idea.
But now people love it. It's this thing where like at the time it was like nobody liked it, but then 10 years down the line, it's like, oh, bring back the Duke. I mean, they actually did bring it back for the Xbox One.
Unironically, people like this thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's bizarre.
Or not. Yeah.
So this is like the real deal here. This is a ASCIIware, whatever you want to call it, a fighter pad, which
for Super Nintendo.
For Super Nintendo, which I like because smaller controllers feel bad in my hand ergonomically, but this has the added benefit of being large and stupid. And
it's got 6 buttons on the face instead of the 4. So
yes,
better for fighting.
Right.
And a slow mode and a turbo mode for individual buttons.
Oh yeah.
So you can turn on the slow and turbo for just A or just, so you don't want to jump like an insane person.
That was
how
I beat Street Fighter 2 the first time when I was a kid, is I had a turbo controller and I turned it on and did a 100-hand slap nonstop and I won. It was great. Nobody could stop me.
So can I put my retail cap on for a second? Like a lot of that stuff, like from the retail perspective, really sucks because especially like third party stuff up until 360 era was pretty much across the board shit.
Yep.
Really?
And so it was always rough when someone would come in and they would want like a used controller. And I would say, okay, well here we've got the Sony brand DualShock for the PlayStation 2. And they're like, no, let me get that one right there. Cause it's like, like $5 or $7 cheaper. And it's like, yeah, do you really want that though? And I would let them know straight up. It's like, this is a better controller. Like, I really don't recommend the third party stuff. We do sell it and it does have the same warranty and it's been tested, but I do recommend the first party stuff more. And then, it would always suck when like a third party thing would come back defective or something. Now, if you're talking, Mike, about like some of the crazier stuff, like the U-Force or the Activator.
No, I don't miss any of that stuff.
Oh, okay. Cause that's kind of the stuff that I think is neat. Like I remember like back when like the Angry Video Game Nerd was still angry, like sometimes he would do videos where he would be like dressed up with like the Power Glove, like the X-Zone headset, and then like the Power Pad as a cape.
Did he have a Super Scope?
He had a Super Scope. Yeah. He was using, that was his weapon.
Now, I want a Super Scope because now I don't have them in here, but if y'all don't know with retro gaming, well, first of all, let me just say about this thing and all these things. It's interesting as a retro collector, which I don't even know when this was made, if this was actually made back then. But as a retro collector, a lot of these third party things are way better because they haven't been like the thing that you played as a kid. People didn't use them as much and they're cheaper. So like you can get like a bunch of controllers, and they work a lot better because for me, in the end, button satisfaction, like the main button satisfaction is my big thing. Genesis controllers are impossible to find because their buttons suck. Mm-hmm. And the buttons like are like this weird plastic thing and they get like sticky.
I get the novelty, but they're not going to last you as long.
Yeah. I'll never forget.
Just from like lots and lots of retail experience.
Yeah.
And that's okay. So I guess I'll just say it right now because the whole Backstreet Boys reunion tour has completely destroyed this dream of mine. But I had been planning on opening a video game store because it's like, I still have a passion for it. And I think that I could actually like put together something really cool. The thing that has always scared me the most about opening a video game store is the goddamn third party shit. Cause there's so much of it and it's such crap.
Yeah.
And it's like where do I draw the line? It's like, I don't want to take this controller from you because I know it's garbage.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know what's wrong with Mad Catz controllers, Julian. I think they're perfectly.
Do you want to see a Mad Catz?
They got good when Street Fighter 4 came out. All of a sudden, they were firing on all cylinders and they were making quality product. And I was like, what happened to Mad Catz?
Yeah, it's weird.
I don't like any of those other things. It's more this thing of like seeing these mutations on the same idea, the same iteration on the same idea.
A really good example. I don't know if you remember when the PlayStation 3 was first unveiled, but it had this boomerang shaped controller. And the funny thing was there was already a boomerang shaped controller on the PlayStation 2. It was an ASCII controller that we sold. And I was like, yeah, I remember that thing. It felt like crap. Like if they're doing that for the PlayStation 3, that's the wrong way to go. And then sure enough, they were like, oh, wait, we're not doing that. And they released the 6-axis. And that was a much better call.
Right.
The Duke actually represents a pattern towards what's interesting when you look at all this stuff is it represents a pattern towards circular controllers. And actually, there was a real move to have circular controllers. You can look at the Saturn, I think, has a circular controller, and the Duke and the Dreamcast. And a little bit, you can see it kind of in the GameCube controller. You can see that maybe they thought the circular controller was a thing. And like, that's what I miss is like, not understanding ergonomics not understanding anything about what it is and just rawly competing on sculptural levels that had nothing to do with anything and like clear plagiarism of each other without trying to plagiarize. It's really entertaining to watch from a third person perspective. To see those things. And that's really what I miss. Memory cards and stuff like that. And it's so unnecessary. It was not necessary at the time. You know, you might think that a memory card is necessary. It's not. They could also just plug in the memory card for you and you don't have to buy it. It's not necessarily necessary.
Right. They made it necessary because they were like, hey, we're just not going to do this part. You have to buy this separate thing for that.
But, you know, I think at the time that was a better way to go because it made your game saves portable. Because that was a big thing for me was like actually taking... Cool. I would take my memory card to work and I'd be like, hey, check this out. Like, I remember when I was playing Blood Rain and I heard the very first fuck in a video game. And I was like, oh, and I like saved it. And I took my memory card from like right before that cutscene. I brought it into work. I was like, you guys got to see this. And I plugged it in. I plugged the game and I was like, she just said the F word. Right. I'd never seen that in a video game before. And then of course I've talked many times about my creator wrestlers for SmackDown. Like I would run those in like simulation matches in the store all the time.
Yeah, I forgot about that novelty of memory cards. Yeah, that was kind of their goal with that was to make them portable. So yeah,
I believe the effect was me losing it.
Well, the PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 systems were so shitty also that like if those saves were tied to those consoles, like, oh man, like that would really suck because I went through three of each of those suckers.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah.
I have 3 PlayStation 2s in my game room right now because I think only one of them is fully functional.
That sounds right. That sounds exactly right.
Do you use the same cables? I had that with the PlayStation for a while. Was if you associate the same cable with the same machine. I had that for a little bit. I thought the machine was broken.
I'll definitely change cables because when you work in retail as long as I do, you end up with a plethora of extra cables. I've got like, 9 different like sets of PlayStation brand AV cables and whatnot. But no, one of them has like a bad controller port. One of them has a bad, one of them just like doesn't power on, even though it shows that it's getting power because you can see the red light on it, but it doesn't do anything. And then the other one is fine. So
yeah,
I'll say this as a thing that I think maybe my number 2, or a preview of it. So I mentioned I changed the capacitors on a Game Gear. I think that the idea that you can fix these old systems like just on your own is really something that a lot of gamers should try. It will really.
I want to learn how to do it.
YouTube videos and like honestly, when I buy the parts, there's like an explanation in it. Usually, it will really make you appreciate the machine, and especially on these old machines where you can fuck it up and try again because it's cheap, or you can fuck it up and buy a new one because it's cheap, or you can just try and do it. And you really get to know, even just changing capacitors, which people are charging like $50 for, do it. And you'll be like, man, that's so cheap to be able to do on a Game Gear, or, changing anything on these machines is not hard, but it's not easy, but it's just like, it's a beautiful thing that you can actually like simply fix it.
There's a reason why I still have those other 2 PlayStation 2s because I want to try messing with that stuff. I watch these YouTube videos of this one guy who he'll buy like lots of broken like switches or PlayStation 4s and stuff, and then he just goes through, he's like, how many of these can I fix? And then he just goes through and he's like, oh, this one has this, blah blah blah, and then sure enough, like out of 25 of them, he ends up repairing like 17 or 18 of them, and he actually makes a profit. It's like, that's kind of cool.
Nice.
Well, Justin, what have you got for us?
Oh, like I said, I struggled a lot with this, but there is some stuff that I do miss about old games. This one's kind of in a similar vein, so I'll go with that one. I really miss instruction booklets.
Oh, that was my number 1.
Yeah, I really miss strategy guides. I kind of looped them into the same thing. Like, just printed game stuff in general, I really miss. This is like a big reason why I got turned off of buying physical stuff is once this started to phase out of existence. I was like, well, what's the point? Because now I just have a case that says the game title and some art, I guess, but there's nothing else. Some people are younger, and if they don't remember these days, back in my day, the video games used to come with like an instruction book, and they'd have everything you wanted to know about that video game, usually.
In the year 2019.
Right.
His name was Jason.
Exactly. Exactly that sort of
You've
thing.
heard such quality in this episode already. Type of thing to get. Would you like to know more about Roddy?
No, I'm good.
Yeah, everyone's good.
Everybody is good, but yeah, like you exactly that, exactly what he's talking about. Like character bios, you'd have like the story synopsis, you'd have, you know, what that character's blood type was. You'd have
Let's see if Roddy's in
like tips for the game. Like, oh, enemy types would get listed. They're like enemy types that you wouldn't know the names to, like that are long running franchises if there wasn't an instruction booklet that came with that game. And I remember like not renting games because they didn't have the instruction booklet. Because I went, how would I know how to play it? And I probably would have been fine, but whatever. Point is,
let's
I really miss
talk
this.
Final Fantasy VI for the SNES.
Okay.
That's not an intuitive game. It's a great
That's pretty
game.
easy.
It's a great game. I have enjoyed it. I have gotten stuck at a lot of parts.
Really?
Yeah. And let's talk some bullshit about the SNES Classic. They include the manuals. Not even on the fucking machine that would cost like 1 megabyte to put on there at most, right? Like a big manual in high def. You have to go onto the start menu, go to manuals. There's a QR code and go on your phone. And then
Really?
And then it uploads a PDF to your phone.
I thought they were just like part of it because that's what they would do on the Wii Virtual Console.
They do that on the Wii Virtual Console, making the Wii better than the SNES Classic.
Well,
Like,
yeah.
It's crazy. And like, that's so, I thought that was really excited by that, to be like, I'm going to be able to look at, you know, the Castlevania manual. I'm not going to be able to, I don't want to buy one of those. Like, that's really cool.
Right.
It's not on there. I would love, speaking of no one can know about this, but you guys should just have those guys on this podcast.
I've tried. They're very, very busy men.
I'll try, and then we'll see what happens. But like, I go to that desert castle. It's like really early in the game, and I'm enjoying the game, and it's pretty intuitive. You go and you talk to people, and in that desert castle, there's no real motivation to get to this next point that triggers the next point in the game. But essentially, you just have to talk to one random person, this woman, and she tells you a story, and then that somehow triggers the next part of the game. But no one tells you to go talk to her. You just literally have to keep going around and talking to everyone in the castle.
Well, which brings me to my next thing is I really miss strategy guides, kind of in the same vein, because I used to like playing RPGs, like bigger RPGs with the strategy guide, like on my lap the entire time. And like I could bookmark spots where I was as I went. I really miss that. Like you can go on the internet and look up a fact for a game. Like I didn't play this game, but I downloaded it again because I hate myself. I downloaded Persona 4 Golden for the Steam.
Oh no, is that the Persona I have? Wait, hold on.
The one for the Vita. But
oh no. Okay, thank God.
Okay.
I just bought Persona.
But I bought it for Steam, and I was like, okay, I'm going to play it. The reason I was kind of putting it off is I just don't really like to play my Vita all that much because I don't know, that thing feels weird sometimes. And I'm not like the biggest like handheld gamer in the world these days. It used to be when I would like move around a lot or, you know, go different places. But now I stay at home and I like to play things on my TV. So I was like, okay, Steam, great. This is awesome. I'll play this game. And
Can I ask a personal question about the Vita?
Absolutely.
Do your eyes work better with a close-up thing or worse?
Close-up thing.
Like is the Vita more comfortable for your eyes than...
Oh, if I can move it really close? Depends.
It's more of a light thing for you, right?
It's more of a light thing, yeah. Like it depends on like certain. How do I put this? Certain like if I put something in dark mode, like if I put Twitter in dark mode, where the background is black and the text is white, I can see really, really well.
Interesting.
It's the other way around. Like a FAQ, for instance, I have a real hard time reading a FAQ because it's all white and like black text and all my
thin black
text too. So my eyes just kind of like will start doing double vision stuff, and like it really fucks with like white backgrounds are really bad for me. Like I have trouble reading that stuff. But if it's the other way around, like I have Audacity and I put Audacity in dark mode, I can see everything so much better on that.
Ooh, I gotta say real quick, because I want to see more of this in video games, and I'm not going to talk about it for probably a couple episodes, but I am playing The Last of Us Part 2, and I'm sure you've heard about like a lot of the accessibility options that they have.
Yeah.
but I actually prefer to put subtitles on in all my games just because sometimes like the audio cuts out or the audio isn't mixed well and I miss certain dialogue.
I agree.
You can change the color of the subtitles.
Wow.
So I changed it to yellow. And so it pops off of the screen,
awesome.
even if it's like a white, like, cause there's a lot of snow at the first part of the game. And it's like, this is so nice.
Yeah.
Like
anything
every game
white
should
on
do
white
this.
subtitles, like forget it. Like I'm fucked. Like I can't, like, I know they have that little like black shading. And so like, remember that game? It wasn't too long ago that I was talking about, I forgot the name. It was a little visual novel where you like played as an eraser. And I was like, I can't see the fucking cursor because there's so much of this is bright. And then there's a little yellow circle. I'm like, I can't see this thing. Like it gave me all sorts of shit. I don't know. Like, and I remember even saying like at the time, I was like, hey, I don't know how this will be for other people. If you decide to give this game a shot, it's pretty cool. But like, I had a hell of a time fucking seeing this thing, but I know how my eyes are. So, you know, but yeah.
So Vita. Yeah. You're playing something on Vita.
Yeah. Close up. It doesn't bother me. The thing is like, I've never been comfortable. It's hard for me to get comfortable and play a portable system, if that makes sense. Like, I know that sounds weird, but like, I'm just like, I don't know, like I can lay in bed, but then I'm just like, I gotta like look at it up on the screen and then I drop it and it falls on my face or cause I'm very clumsy and I hate it. So I'm afraid I'm going to break it at all times. Yeah. But anyway, I downloaded Persona 4 Gold and just as I was just saying, like the FAQ thing, I was like, okay, I'm going to look up a FAQ and I'll play it like that. And I was trying it. I was like, I can hardly read this thing. Every time you have to look it up again, I have to like scroll back through and find it again. Like, and I was just like, I don't even want to play it now. I downloaded this at some point. I'll play that fucking game. I swear I will. But I was just like, I just don't feel like doing it. I just don't feel like going through this. And I miss strategy guides so much because it was just this thing where I could just bookmark where I was. And that's where I was at. I'd go in the back, look up materia combos. I will do that all day. And I would just sit there and absorb all the knowledge from the strategy guide and look ahead a few pages. Oh, look at this cool art here. Look at this part of the game. There's a screenshot for it. I can't wait to get there. That sounds awesome. Like I miss that stuff.
Wait, hold on. I want to check something. Well, keep talking because I actually have a really like interesting point about this with the SNES. It's in the other
Okay.
Hold on. I'll be right back.
I remember when strategy guides started to get fancy in the States because they were always fancy in Japan.
Right.
But like the Lunar 2 working design strategy guide that I have is a thing of fucking beauty.
Right.
Like it's got interviews with the developers. It's got like tons of art. It's got like all of the bromide cards in there.
Right.
It's got the lyrics to the song.
Yeah.
In addition to just like a comprehensive walkthrough of the game. Right. But like I am never parting with that strategy guide because the stuff in there is far more valuable than just the walkthrough of the game itself.
Yeah. I mean, I had the old like Final Fantasy ones. And like I said, that's how I used to buy like strategy guides for any RPG I was going to play. Like I had the original Mass Effect strategy guide. Like I remember I bought that game or I got it for Christmas, I think. Cause I think I was still in high school or right out of high school. I don't remember exactly, but I'd asked for it and I got it for Christmas. And I was like, and I could drive or something like that. And I was like, you know what? I need to go to Walmart. It's 11 o'clock at night, but I cannot play this RPG without a strategy guide. And I went and bought the fucking strategy guide at whatever time of night it was because that's how I played RPGs. I really miss that. And like I said, I miss a lot, EGM. I miss printed magazines, period. Like,
oh, you're taking all my shit.
I'm sorry. Like I looped it all together because I was just like, man, yeah, go ahead.
And, well, when I was going to bring up instruction manuals in mine, it was speaking to a larger issue of taking a lot of the fun away from collecting for me. Because in addition to the books being gone, like with current systems, like you also can't even play the games off of the disc anyway because you have to install the whole thing. So it's not even that I can just like go and grab like my Bloodborne disc and pop it into my PS4 and go. Right. I have to grab that disc, delete a game off of my hard drive, and then install Bloodborne again, which takes forever.
Yeah.
And then download any patches, which takes even longer. And then tomorrow I can play Bloodborne.
Right.
So it's like all that stuff. And then for listeners who are younger, I know a lot of them are, the thing is the instruction booklets, like a lot of the best ones, it wasn't just that they would tell you how to play the game.
Right.
Like a lot of them were written in very clever ways.
Yeah.
Like I was saying about like all the Grand Theft Auto ones for PS2 were done like travel guides to the particular city.
Yeah. That was really, I forgot all about that. Yeah.
Yeah. Parappa the Rapper's instruction booklet is a poster. And then you would have some where it would be like written from like the perspective of like a character in the game.
Yeah.
Or it was like, oh, this is actually like your mission dossier, right? And so it was like speaking to you as like the agent or whatever. And it was telling you like, oh, here's the people you're going to encounter, you know, on your mission and what to watch out for and stuff like that.
Right.
Metal Gear Solid, like it's got like these cool little like Japanese comic like or Japanese manga illustrations of the moves.
Yeah. That's
So I have an update. If you have the SNES Mini and you go to the manuals, you will get the full Earthbound guide, which I didn't even fucking know because Earthbound came with a guide.
Yep.
And
massive box.
I wanted to moan about not getting that guide, but Nintendo
Also scratches and Snickers.
They outsmarted me. So I don't get the scratch and sniff. My phone does not smell good, but wanted to make sure that was clear. Yeah. So guys, Final Fantasy VI is really hard. I assume you've been talking about ways to teach me how to play it.
I just talk to everybody.
Yeah.
Just talk to everybody though.
No, yeah. You talk to everybody at least, well, preferably twice, and then every time that you revisit a town.
That's okay. Old school RPGs, when it comes to that stuff, Mike, the best advice you could get is talk to everybody. That like seriously, like just talk to everybody, and then when you go, okay, I'm kind of stuck, talk to everybody again. And then if that doesn't work, then maybe it's something. There are some that are, you know, designed a little better than others, but that's generally
Final Fantasy 1 it's a game where you literally cannot progress until you talk to that one person whose dialogue has changed since the last major thing that you did. So it's like you have to like go back to like Elf Town after you've beaten like or after you've gotten your first crystal, and then this person now directs you to like the next thing you need to do.
It's unfortunate. It's an unfortunate part of old RPG design. It's like how the triggers for things happen. Like that's just how they were set up. Like it's not a great part of old game design. That's basically what I'm saying. You know,
but I will say that I miss like talking to villagers actually be important, because in RPGs now it's like whatever.
Right.
Like there's no point.
Right over them. That's I mean I you know, you and I didn't really like this game, but like I kind of didn't hate how like Final Fantasy VII was just giving you the people's dialogue, because I was like, I probably don't want to talk to them anyway. Fuck them. Like just like
because it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter exactly.
Except fucking Chadley, because you have to talk to him.
Chadley's
we talked about this last time, but my generation sees strategy guides as cheating.
Yep.
Whoa, no, like mine did too. Like I made an active decision when Final Fantasy 6/3 on the Super Nintendo came out that I was not going to use Nintendo Power to play the game, because I'd always used Nintendo Power to play games. But I felt that I understood games enough to that point to where I didn't need them anymore. And I by and large did not use anything like that for a long time. I would buy strategy guides for just as like a collector's purpose. Like I buy Final Fantasy strategy guides just because they're Final Fantasy, right? So I've got like guides for every single game. Right. But I will say, playing through Final Fantasy IX in this last month with the guide next to me was super enjoyable, because like I saw things that I never would have seen in that game.
That's why I always liked it.
Yeah, there's little story bits that I got for characters that there's no way I ever would have found that on my own. Like, why would you go to this place right here, right now? Like, there's literally a part where you have to basically, there's like an ATE event at like during the card tournament where you have to do a specific thing to get Vivi to leave, and then he'll go to his grandpa's cave and have like a little cutscene. But if you don't have him do that, then you don't see it. And then you come back there later and there's a scene with Vivi and Quina, and I was like, that actually made Quina like a more interesting character to me, because I never thought that they were interesting at all when I played the game the first time. That stuff is really neat.
So this is like relieving to me, because literally right before this is the things that my girlfriend has to listen to, is I'm shouting about, I had set out to play Doom 1 and 2 on a nice screen. That was like a goal of mine. And so I ended up landing on getting the Doom 3 which is not why I bought the game. But if you buy Doom 3, the BFG edition, you get Doom 1 and 2. And it's pretty rad version of Doom 1 and 2. And so I'm playing it and I'm like, well, what the fuck are hard settings? You know, what does this mean? Hardness settings. I don't know that existed on the original Doom. And by collecting these games, it's like there's a cultural importance to these games. It's like there was a definitive experience. And so like part of it was I was yelling about what the fuck are secrets? Like fuck secrets. I'm just in there shouting like, why didn't I get all the secrets? It's like, oh, we found 3 secret doors. Only 13% of secrets. Fuck off. I don't care about what are secrets. Like it's just making me feel
Mike,
bad.
I have played the first level of Doom 1 probably 100 times, and I still haven't found all the secrets to it, and it drives me mad. I refuse to look it up because I'm going to find it on my own one day. God damn it!
Yeah, that's the point that I'm saying is like if you don't respect that cultural importance, which there is none of that nowadays. That idea of this is this version and it stays that way. That's one of the things I miss. Is like it's this version and it stays that way. You don't know any historical context, and it's a really dangerous thing to do. Let's ignore games being a thing of mental stimulation. Let's look at them as art. Like that's dangerous to just decide. You know, my way of describing it was like, imagine someone put Wikipedia entry definitions in your book and they didn't tell you they were Wikipedia definitions that weren't in the original copy. Well, now you have like a totally different book 20 years later, now that Wikipedia exists. And it's like, what are hardness settings? Which hardness setting do I have to find to make it most like Doom 2? And SEO makes it impossible because everyone wants to either defend or shit on BFG edition. And it's like, I don't know. I don't think Doom, the original Doom, had hardness settings. I don't think Doom 2 had
no,
hardness
yeah,
settings.
they did. It's I don't want to die, or it's like what? Please don't hurt me. It's like please don't hurt me. Like something else.
How many in number?
I want to say like 4. Is it 4 or 5?
I can't remember. Yeah.
Like ultraviolence, I think is the top. No, Nightmare is the top one. Then ultraviolence, Hurt Me Plenty.
That's the one I was trying to think of.
Or is Hurt Me Plenty default?
Hurt Me Plenty is default.
Hurt Me Plenty is normal. Yeah.
Yeah, and then Please Don't Hurt Me or I Don't Want to Die. One of the two is like the easy mode.
Yeah.
See, now if I didn't know 2 dorks who are slightly older than me, what the fuck would I have done?
Well, you can just tell by the text, Mike. Like, obviously, like Nightmare sounds a lot worse than Hurt Me Plenty.
I'm saying I don't know that it exists in the original version. I've never heard anyone talk about hardness settings with Doom. I wasn't alive. Well, I was alive when Doom was, but I wasn't alive and talking to other kids in that way. If there's no like real proprietarization of cultural importance of like, this is how it existed in this one moment in time, then you're unable to like actually assess the art. It's like the secrets with Doom and, you know, Mortal Kombat, I'm at the tail end of with that stuff, but like, you know,
well, so I think if I was in your position, the thing that I would be surprised at playing a game from 1993 is I'd be like, oh wow, this has difficulty settings, because to me, like difficulty settings are a pretty common thing, but back then they weren't. So like that was actually kind of a novel thing. So I would be like, oh, this game is this old and it's got difficulty settings. Wow.
Right. That was exactly, but you're having my reaction is I was like, what are difficulty settings? This is a game from a really long time ago. I don't think that they have difficulty settings. So then I don't know, hey, was that a thing unique to this game? Was that is this a new difficulty setting? I know Doom is really easy to mod. Did they maybe add this for this version? And it's like, I know that there's I have a version of, what's the game that comes in the orange box with,
Portal, Team Fortress,
Team Fortress. There's a Team Fortress version, which is really cool, where it's like Team Fortress, and then it's like you go around, and it's like the developer saying, like, "Here's what we were originally thinking. We recorded this thing, like, and it shows."
Oh yeah, the director's mode,
and something like that. It doesn't work very well for the Xbox 360. It can't save, but it's interesting to hear this stuff done in like clearly off of someone's like computer mic from 2002, but it's pretty rad. It's a pretty rad thing to have. And like, I kind of do miss that with strategy guides too, which is like using an online strategy guide isn't a strategy guide. It's a strategy guide from now. It's a strategy guide with all the wisdom that we have now. It's not a historical document of what it was like to play at the time or what information you had available to you at the time. And so like I own some strategy guides. I have Goblin Hunter, or whatever that is, Goblin Commander up there, and Gauntlet somewhere. But like, it's playing these old things. Like, there is no sense of history anymore. Is my big problem.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, and as a game historian like that, so I'm, as I said at the top of the show, like I'm about to be on Games My Mom Found, and I've found it to be very rewarding to be on that show, because I don't listen to every one of their episodes, but I listen to them occasionally, and they're much younger than me, and it's really interesting to hear them talk about things, and I'm like, yeah, you just don't have the context for this, like,
Right.
Yeah, we don't.
It's just very interesting, like they just did an episode about 2007, which is like one of the best games, or one of the best years in video games, but like they didn't really get to play much of them then, because they were all like, kids, and so they didn't really have income. And it's like, I played all that shit because I was 27, and so it's like, yeah, I was just like very aware of like the importance of these games, and like why they were like the cultural impact of them to like the gaming scene, and like the controversies or whatever, because like, yeah, I was like fully invested. I mean, I've always been fully invested, but also I was a grown ass man with, that I could just like buy everything as it came out. And, and I did. So it's fun to go on there and be like the wise old man type of thing. Like, well, let me tell you why this was like this,
Right.
I have a question. RE, your eyes again, Justin.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about brightness. I don't want to if it's uncomfortable, like talking about.
Oh no, it's fine. What's up?
Have you listened to our show?
Yes.
I know, guys, but you still have to. So, do you then love an era I'm not a huge fan of, like the end of the PlayStation 1 era with all that dark pop-in and stuff? Are those games really pleasant? Have you tried those since then?
If a game is too dark, like, it's hard for me to
fuck
see.
everything.
Yeah,
dude. So man, that is going to be a big complaint on that Soul Reaver 2 episode. Let me tell you what, I can't even play it until the sun goes down because I've got too much glare on my damn screen.
Yeah. I'm going to have to switch the E&B that I have on Skyrim Special Edition because it is way too dark when it's dark. I'm just like, can't play like this. I just cannot see anything.
I thought maybe you could be like the one person to enjoy that, but I guess nobody can.
Pop in is
too dark.
Not my favorite.
Here's my question. Period. You don't have to set it to be black. You can use pop in at a different color.
Okay. I would give you an example of, basically draw distance. That's what that is. What you're talking about. Mm-hmm. Okay. Silent Hill, the original one, that used fog to hide everything, right?
Yeah, I was just talking about this today. I was explaining, because we watched this whole thing and you guys gave me nightmares, and I was saying like, oh, there's like actual fog. I wonder if it's real fog or if it's fake.
Yeah.
To fix that, is that fake? But by 2008, which is when like one of the ones was from.
By then, it's just it's part of the aesthetic.
I was going to say, the first game was to hide the limitations. The first game for its time was like a technical marvel, because to have that big of an open area that the first Silent Hill had would have like crashed the game. So to work around that, they made all the fog, and that actually just became the aesthetic of Silent Hill, and it really worked. Cool. And
they also did it in the first PlayStation 1 Spider-Man game, but they had like some supervillain that had like gassed the city or something.
Right.
And that's how they explained why there's fog everywhere at the street level.
Exactly. But I would say a great example of shitty looking draw distance is if you turn on draw distance like to what it defaulted to in a game called Omicron the Nomad Soul. You can like, it's a big open world-ish game, and like basically like you can only see so far in front of you, and things are popping in out of this like blue like void. Basically, it looks terrible. That game looks awful.
Hey, I'll say this again because I made the joke on Twitter. Don't play this fucking podcast with eBay open, because the only reason I don't have that shitty game right now is because I'm on the show.
For the love of all that is holy, do not play Omicron the Nomad Soul.
Yeah, no, it doesn't matter. Guess what's on its way? Project Overkill.
Oh,
because
that's
someone mentioned
Overkill is good.
Yeah, that's fine.
Who knows? Okay. Doesn't matter. I bought it for $8. I didn't know it was good. Bought it because I heard it on here. Sounded like something I would like.
No, that's fine. No, don't buy Omicron.
That actually brings me to my next one. Is weird ass games getting greenlit, and not just getting greenlit, but getting like a big push.
This was one of mine too.
We have plenty of weird games that come out today, but they're generally indie games, right? But I'm talking about stuff like Parappa the Rapper, or Mr. Mosquito, or Mad Maestro, or Guitaru Man,
Seaman.
Seaman, perfect example. Yes.
Exactly.
Silent Bomber on the PS1, which is a game where you only use bombs, but it's not Bomberman. It's an actual like gritty Metal Gear Solid wannabe game, but instead of stealth, it's just like you just throw bombs everywhere. Which is that's also one of my big regrets because that game's going for bajillions of dollars now. It's just bizarre games. Hybrid Heaven for the N64, which is like part Resident Evil game, part RPG, part adventure game. Like literally it's called Hybrid Heaven because they mashed all these genres into one N64 cart. Right. It doesn't work very well, but it's still kind of cool to see. You know, like they were really swinging for the fences right around like the PS1 and PS2 era and a little bit at the beginning of the 360 era. Because when Japan was trying to figure out HD gaming, they were making games that were very much not HD friendly, but they were still weird ass games like Bullet Witch and like Earth Defense Force. You got it. Yeah, I've heard Earth Defense Force. Tell me about Earth. So my version of this was like not necessarily hearing obscure games, but mostly that like there was an era in which before indie game, and I know this sounds like as an independent artist, I'm going to sound like I'm being shitty, but like before independent games, you really weren't exposed to anything that wasn't going to fall on its face completely. You know, there was less in between ground. And I found it really frustrating collecting for the Xbox 360, which is my most modern system. And like, honestly, trying to give B titles and C titles a chance and even single A titles a chance and being like, no, this is not B, C, or D. This is fucking shit. That's the generation. That's the generation when that middle ground disappeared. Right. It started like there were games like that at the beginning. You know, like Wet is a really good example. Which is actually someone brought it up in a game group that I'm in, and I was like, man, I would love a sequel to Wet. Like that was a really interesting game. But that went away that generation. But you go back one generation prior, and it's all over the place, right? Like there's just some real Breakdown for the original Xbox is like it's a Japanese made first person melee action game. I am opening eBay. Yeah. I don't care what anyone says. What's it called? Breakdown. I'm getting it right now. Breakdown. I've had a hell of a time because at least it's fun when you buy for the Xbox, the original Xbox. You're like, this sucks. Or you just pick up a random game for $1 and you're like, wow, this is great. But like, it's so frustrating buying for the Xbox 360 because it's like, I went through like 2 minutes of this. I'll tell you. So Julian, you inspired me to get Diablo. Another reason that no one should listen to this. So I was like, I have a game list always. I always have a games list. Part of it is based on being a collector. And speaking of Silent Bomber, the problem is you would be a fucking dude who owned Silent Bomber for 20 years and never played it, Julian. So wouldn't you rather be the guy that didn't own it for 20 years? No, but I did play it. I really liked it. You liked it? Oh, okay. Yeah, it was good. Well, then you fucked up. All right. Sorry, folks. Mike had like some real important shit that just happened and he had to leave. I'm not sure if he'll be back. Like we didn't actually hear him when he said he had to leave. If he's back, cool. If not, we'll just carry on without him. Right. If that's the case, Mike, and you're listening to this, it was a blast to have you on. Always. And we'll talk to you soon. Where were we? Oh, we were talking about, weird ass games. Yes. Weird ass I don't know if you had anything to add to that, but it's just like, I just really miss. No, you're absolutely right. It was and it was big publishers, taking risks. And now it's like, we can't, if it doesn't make so much money, like Squaresoft doesn't want to make Tomb Raider or whatever. It didn't hit their expectations or whatever. And it's like, but that game was good. Like Dead Space is a great game. It didn't hit its expectations. We won't want to make another one. So and those aren't even necessarily like weird games. And they aren't even exactly. Yeah. If it doesn't make money, they don't want to make it anymore. And so, but that was what was great about like a lot of those old consoles is they had this like something for everybody type feel. Like, hey, here's this obscure fucking Japanese made thing that you might enjoy. And also we have Metal Gear Solid or whatever, however you wanted to do it. But Seaman, I was like, Sega fucking made that. That was a first party. They got Leonard Nimoy for that. That game's awesome. It had its own microphone. It needed a microphone, Justin. I want a Dreamcast again. I want one. There's a lot of games on the old Dreamcast that I miss and would love. The only problem is that like Dreamcasts are easy to find, but none of the games are. Like the only stuff you can find are the sports games, and everything else is ridiculously expensive, and it's a bummer.
That's crazy because especially because they were so like widely pirated because people figured out that you could just burn them, just burn the disc. So like, yeah, that's insane.
Ooga Booga on, or no, sorry, that's not it. Floygan Brothers on the Dreamcast is like another one of those weird ass games. It's a game. It looks like a Looney Tunes cartoon.
Okay.
You play like two brothers. One is big and stupid, and one is little and smart.
Okay.
And you play the little one, and it's a puzzle thing where you're trying to get like you have to like manipulate your older brother into doing stuff. Like you'll make him cry to like fill up a river, or like, you know, you'll get him to lay down. I think you can bounce on his stomach to like jump up and stuff like that. It was supposed to be part one of like a series, and of course it was on the Dreamcast. So,
I was going to say who made it, who published it.
I want to say that was done by the people who did like NFL 2K.
Oh, really?
Was that not Vicarious Visions?
Visual Concepts.
Visual Concepts, yeah. Of all people,
man, that's wild. Yeah, of all people. Fuck. The other Dreamcast obscure one, weird one that I remember is Choo Choo Rocket. Choo Choo Rocket was fun as hell. That game was great. I miss that, man. That's a good one. But yeah, like you're absolutely right. Like having the, you know, corporate machine, I guess, pushing out your weird games. Even like Nintendo used to make like really weird games. They still kind of do a little bit, but they've backed down from what, I mean, they're not like putting out Pikmin or anything like that. You know what I mean? Like that's, but you know, God bless them. They're still making weird stuff every now and then. So that's cool.
Yeah. Yeah. But you know, cause like, I mean, you know, like something like Parappa the Rapper. I mean, that got like, we had a 6 foot tall cardboard standee of that game in our store. Cause that's how much like effort Sony was putting behind that weird ass game.
Right.
You know, and there's a place for that still. Like I know games have become a lot more sophisticated.
Yeah, no,
but there's a place for it. I don't know. Like
I think you're right, but I don't know if it's ever going to be, you know, the AAA studios that they're not going to do that because it's not going to turn enough of a profit for them. But those games that's all that sort of thing has moved to, like, you know, the indie scene. Like if you want those weird, and that's what I love. I love checking Steam for stuff like that. Like when I found that game that I talked about not too long ago, Starstruck, I'm still super excited for that game.
Yeah,
it's
I will say, I feel that the middle market is starting to come back a little bit. So Hellblade, I thought, was a really good example of that, where it was a smaller team, it was a smaller budget, and it was also a cheaper game, but it was really cool and it did well for them. But one that I think is a really good example, and actually it does fit into this, that Maneater game, that shark RPG, which I really want to play. That's actually got a pretty good amount of buzz and kind of came out of nowhere. Like it looks like a lower budget game.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a lower priced game, but people seem to really dig it.
Yeah, as long as you set the price accordingly, I think you'll have success with the game. And you know, you budget accordingly. Don't, you know, spend too much and then, you know, put my game at $20 and then, you know, go broke trying to sell the thing. Obviously that's bad business, but yeah, like, and it's usually these smaller studios that are doing that still, and I think that's great. Like we had Vampire not too long ago. That was, you know,
still want to play that.
Yeah,
I bought that because I wanted to support Don't Nod, because I mean they're the ones that make not Stranger Things, Life is Strange,
right?
And I also really liked their game Remember Me. Like I think they do really unique games, so I wanted to be sure that I bought that.
Yeah, for my big unique game indie studio, I like, or publisher, indie publisher, I guess I'll say. I love Annapurna stuff. Like almost anything they publish, I'm like guaranteed to check it out. Like because it's probably something very different and interesting. Yeah, most of the time.
And I was going to say, the closest we got to a big company doing anything like this, and it fell off, but like, remember when Ubisoft made, like, it was that first Rayman, or like the first two, that hand-drawn Rayman game back on like last generation? It was like, it was either Origins or Revelations. I never remember which one is which. It was like the side-scrolling platformer. Like they basically brought Rayman back in 2D. And like, basically like they did that because Assassin's Creed had made them so much money,
Mhm.
and Michel Ancel was like, let me make a new Rayman game. And they're like, well, okay, we've got the money to do it. Go ahead.
Right.
And they did that, and it actually did really well for them. And it got a sequel, but then they also did, with that same engine that they made for Rayman, they did one of my favorite games of last generation, Valiant Hearts, which is that heart-wrenching World War I adventure game.
Okay.
And you know, obviously that was like a digital only thing, but it was cool to
That's why I
see
never
them
got around
like
to
this
that
huge company making these small, interesting, artsy
Right.
games because they were making so much money off of Tom Clancy and Assassin's Creed and whatever else, right?
Yeah.
And but then they just kind of stopped doing that. And I don't know why.
Yeah, Ubisoft, like every now and then they'll make something weird, but it hasn't been too much recent. I mean, you never know. Beyond Good and Evil 2 might actually come out, and that seems like the weirdest fucking thing ever. So
It does.
yeah.
And now that I've seen what they're planning to do with next gen systems, I realize that there's no way that Beyond Good and Evil 2 was planned for
Probably
current
not.
generation.
Probably not. No.
Yeah. I don't know if I like the tone of that game, but I do like
Yeah, it's weird.
what they want to do with it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
Oh, I totally get what you mean. Yeah.
yeah. It's not like if it wasn't called Beyond Good and Evil 2, I would be so excited for it.
Yeah, you're right. If it didn't have any ties to that, there's so much stuff like that. Yeah, if it didn't have any ties to this franchise, this would actually be a cool thing. But yeah. Yeah. Well, I guess I'll move on to my next one.
Yeah, definitely.
And this is like kind of been mentioned by some other people, but like I'm gonna put my own spin on it because I really miss the Game Genie and the Game Shark. I know we were talking peripherals a little earlier, but this one is one that I especially miss because this may have been be the reason that I love modding video games so much because I loved the fucking Game Genie and the Game Shark, man, because you basically were just hacking the code of the game. You put, your little Game Shark in, then you put the cartridge into the Game Shark or however it worked, or Game Genie. That was the Game Genie with the cartridges. Game Shark had it was like, what did that go into? Memory card slot?
Memory card slot.
Yeah.
Well, there are a couple different versions. Because the original PlayStation 1 had the IO port and it would plug into the back, but then Sony redesigned the system to get rid of that because of the Game Shark.
Yeah.
And then Game Shark made the memory card version.
Yeah, I love how they were trying to keep Game Shark from hacking into the fucking game. Like, it's a big deal. Like, I don't understand. Like, who cares, man? But I used to love that stuff, man. There was just so many dumb little things you could do with that thing. Like, and all you were doing was just changing the code so, like, numbers didn't change or something like that. Or, like, I'll use this sprite instead. Like, half the stuff was, like, broken, but it was like modern day modding. Like, or old school modding, if you will. Like, it was, yeah, that's what we did. It was super cool and super neat. And
I remember putting Moon Jump into Mario Brothers 2 and using it with Luigi and literally jumping across entire levels in one jump.
Exactly. It's super fun, man. I didn't have it for a lot of systems, but like if I had a friend that had a Game Genie, they were like amazing to me. They were the coolest person because I would just go to their house and be like, all right, you got to show me this. Like,
I didn't own it. If I remember correctly, you could rent the Game Genie for NES.
I don't doubt it.
And that's what I did.
I don't doubt it. I do not doubt it. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to go into my next one since that one was really short because my next one is a thing I miss is game rentals. I miss being able to rent games a lot.
I almost put that down. That was, I mean, obviously like working at Game Fellas afforded me the ability to play a shit ton of games. But when I was younger, the only way I experienced as many games as I did was renting. And I was, we didn't have a lot of money, but I guess I was lucky enough to live in a household that had enough money to where I could rent games on a regular basis.
Right. Me too. I'm the same way. That's what, my parents, would get to the weekend. Hey, we're going to go rent a couple movies that are out now. We'll take you with you and you can, and I was like, well, I'm going to rent a Super Nintendo game or whatever. Nintendo, progressively as the systems went on, to just rent whatever was out. And I really missed that because, I would not be as knowledgeable about video games and know as many of them or maybe not knowledgeable, but go, what was that game that did that thing that had this? And then Julian answers me.
Did you ever rent a console?
I was going to say you could rent consoles. I never rented a console. I was usually lucky enough to have most of the consoles. Like that would be like the that's how I operated back then. Is I would like I'd like, all I want is this one console, and I would get the one console, and I'd maybe get like, one game or whatever for it. And then everything else I would rent. And if I needed to play through, something, I would rent it again the next weekend or whatever. And I played through a lot of games like that. I mean, a lot of, especially old PlayStation games, I used to love old 3D fighters. They were all pretty bad, a lot of them. Minus
at the time, they were amazing, though.
At the time, they were great, though.
Yeah. And dude, I will never forget playing Toshinden 1 and being blown away.
Right.
I can't play it now. It's fucking dog shit.
It does not hold up at all. But like, you could play through those in like a weekend, if that even. Like, you'd play through it and you're like, okay, I'm pretty much done with this. I unlocked everybody, and what else am I going to do? Take it back to the store. You beat the shit out of that game. Done. Delete it from the memory card. You don't need it anymore, or whatever. I used to love that. I really miss it. Or just seeing other people's save files and being like, I don't want to delete their save. They've made so much progress in this game, but I really need this save slot because so, like, I'm sorry, Jim, your Zelda progress ends here today. But yeah,
it was great when you could actually like re-rent a game and your save file was still there and you could just keep going. That happened to me a couple times, but I think I've said every time that I would rent Final Fantasy 2 on the Super Nintendo, I would always start from the beginning.
Right.
Because I think it only happened like once where it was like my same save file. But since that wasn't there, I was like, well, I'm just starting over because I don't want to start off with this other guy's wherever I don't know where he is.
Exactly.
So
you know what he was doing. You can't get in their mindset. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, fuck that. But yeah, I really miss game rentals. And I know that's not a thing that'll never come back, probably, because that Super Step still rents games through GameFly. And there are the red boxes. Like people rent through Redbox. There is Redbox. But
I've thought about doing that once in a while. My thing is that I'm super forgetful about that stuff, and I will totally rack up a huge
Redbox is real bad too, because they get your credit card and they direct charge your ass. I had that happen before. It was like, oh, whoops, I guess I'm not eating for a day or two. I'm kidding. I ate most days. I only skipped every now and then. But yeah, you're right. But Redbox always had the issue of it would only be like, the bigger games. You couldn't like rent a lot of like, you're not
going to find Maneater at a Redbox.
Exactly my point. I kind of wish, as we move forward in games, that somehow that would come back on like a almost demo like level. I wouldn't mind paying like however much to just be like, hey, I want to try this game for like an hour and see what it is.
I think system wide that should be a thing that you get to do on next gen. Is like you get to play the first like minimum 30 minutes of a game.
Yep. We've talked about that before, and that's exactly how I feel. I would love to do that because there's a lot of games. I mean, Games Pass is great, and I played something on it that we'll talk about later, but I wish you could do that with more games, because there's a lot of games I'd be like, I've retried fucking, here's a game that doesn't hold up and it's an old game. Oh god, the BioWare action game for original Xbox, Jade Empire. Jesus Christ, I couldn't think of it.
Oh, I thought like I played that when they added it to backwards compatibility for a little bit, and I thought it was still really good.
Man, I played it for about an hour, and I was like, "Oh man, this is rough." This is. I think you played more than me, so yeah. I it was okay for a little bit, and then I started getting more into it, and I was like, I see why they didn't go back to Jade Empire. It's interesting. It has a cool aesthetic. I like how colorful it is, but man, that game doesn't hold up. And I wish I could have just like played that for an hour just to remember what it was. I'm like, I just want to remember what Jade Empire was. That's all I wanted. But now I own Jade Empire.
There's some really cool ideas in that game, though. Like one of the party members does not fight. Right. But he gives you access to the drunken style because he just like gives you alcohol, and he's one of the best characters in the game. He's so hilarious. I think his name is actually Henpecked something, because like he's totally under his wife's thumb, and he's constantly talking about how his wife abuses him.
Right.
And like everything. I think he's actually played by I see he's in tons of stuff, and everybody knows who he is. Oh, he's Tia Carrere's father on Wayne's World 2. That's probably the best, where people know him the best.
Okay, I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know his name.
Yeah,
but he's all over the place, and I think he's the voice actor for that character.
I believe.
For some reason, I always associate him as being the master from Balls of Fury, which is that ping pong game.
Yeah.
Why did you take cricket from my hand?
Yeah.
But
Jade Empire certainly has some like really good ideas in it, but like it's almost like a great proof of concept. Like the next, what was it? Like almost the next game that they made was like what, Mass Effect?
Yes.
Yeah. So like,
that is 100% why I played Jade Empire, was because I wanted to see what BioWare did, because I was so excited for Mass Effect.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, because it transitions pretty well, because you're like, oh, they're definitely moving in this more action oriented direction. And I doubt we'll ever see another like Jade Empire game, because it's not like very popular. Well, I don't know if did EA publish that, or was that Microsoft?
That's a good. I think BioWare does own Jade Empire, because I think there's been scuttlebutt about them wanting to like thinking about going back to the well, but they just don't. But I don't think that they would because of EA, because I don't think that EA is going to greenlight.
Probably not.
And you get into a weird situation with stuff like that right now, where people get angry either way. Like you really, so like a great example is Iron Fist. With the Netflix show.
Oh yeah,
people got angry because it was a white guy doing martial arts.
Oh yeah,
but then there was something else that came out where it was an Asian guy doing martial arts, and then people were angry because it was just an Asian stereotype doing martial arts. And it's like, okay, like I don't know where you go in that direction. Like, and I don't know if the answer is that you get an all Asian design studio to do it, and then that makes it okay. Or like, I don't know, like, especially because Jade Empire doesn't even take place in like historical China or anything. It's like it's a wholly made up world.
It's a whole made up thing. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe nobody's allowed to do martial arts anymore. It's a new rule I just made up. Nobody's allowed to do them.
I could be into that.
No, you can't do martial arts. Stop.
It was kind of like, I always thought it was funny, like watching like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, when every goddamn vampire knew martial arts.
Yeah, of course.
It's like, I guess you get fangs and you get martial arts ability.
Or make everyone know martial arts. So either nobody does martial arts or everyone does it. That's how you go. Everyone on the street can do martial arts. Everybody's the hero. It'll be great. I'm into it. Let's go.
I've got a real quick one, and then I've got like a last. You touched on it, but I'll like end on it. But I've got a personal one real quick. We don't have to talk about it long. But I miss playing Street Fighter with my cousin David. He and I don't talk anymore because I just don't talk to my family anymore. Period. But those were some real good times. Like I think I've talked on. I mean, I definitely have talked on the show because it was happening in the early days of the show. But like at the end, like on December 31st every year. We would play 100 matches of Street Fighter 4 to determine who was the best of the year, and it would be whoever won the most matches. And like almost every year, it came down to 50-50, and then we had to do a tiebreaker, and whoever won the tiebreaker was the best for the year. Like that happened like 3 years in a row, where it was like 101 matches, and someone won 51 matches, and someone won 50.
Nice,
because we just know each other so well on that game. And also, like I did it with JD one time. And that was all right, but like JD it's much more serious about Street Fighter. So like,
I remember hearing him talk about on this show about video games, and he knows his shit. So
yeah. And so to his credit, he's much better at Street Fighter than me, but he's not as well. He's not as like he knows like 2 or 3 characters extremely well,
right? Where
I can play everybody decently, and then I've got like 5 or 6 characters that I'm really good with.
Right.
So for me, like it was like, okay, like, yeah, if you pick like Chun-Li or this other character, you're just going to annihilate me. But then anyone else, like he wouldn't want to play anybody else, and so then I would get kind of bored,
right?
Where like when I was playing with my cousin, it was like, yeah, we just go. It's like, oh yeah, I haven't used Guy tonight. Let me use Guy.
Yeah, that's how I was. That's how I am when I play every fighting game. I just want to try everybody, and then once I've tried everybody, I'm kind of done with the fighting game. Usually, like I'm not one to sit in practice mode for a long time. Like I love fighting games. Like I was playing like Guilty Gear recently, and I was just like going through the roster. I was like, man, this guy's cool. He has some cool stuff. Or I'd be like, I'm not the biggest fan of this guy because I don't really know what to do with him. But like, I would just go through the roster, and then I was kind of like, yeah, okay, this game's cool. Has great music, by the way, fucking great music.
Oh yeah,
Guilty Gear's great. Anyway, yeah, that sounds awesome, man. I miss sitting in my friend's basement and us all just gathered around an Xbox or whatever and just playing whatever fighting game was out and just nonstop. Like,
yeah, and I'm jealous of that because obviously, you know, as I've said before, just the way that I had to associate with people, like I didn't really have that besides my cousin because he was family. So it's like,
right.
I don't have like this memory of like playing video games with friends because I couldn't play video games with friends. Unless we were at the arcade, just randomly would run into each other. Right. So
I even miss like playing against my sister in Soul Calibur when she would just use rock and use the same fucking move over and over and somehow beat me because I was I'm still awful at games. Like I can't.
Oh, dude, my friend Shanna, we'll play Soul Calibur 4, and she picks, I think it's Cassandra, or the Cassandra fighting style, because she makes her own characters.
Yeah,
and Cassandra has these two moves. One of them is a throw, and one of them is a regular move. She pisses me off so hard because she just annihilates me with those two moves, and it's like I should know how to get out of them. But I don't.
Oh man, yeah. When I play Cassandra, I'm all about that's Soul Calibur is like the only fighting game I feel like I have a decent shot at ever. Like that's the one fighting game where I'm like, okay, I probably can do pretty good here. And sometimes I'm right, and most of the time I'm wrong. But like I'll play Mitsurugi, and Cassandra is another one I like. Sophicia is kind of the same boat. But like I'm all about air launches and stabs. Give me some stabs. Cassandra, I think, has, I know Sophicia does, but like if you quarter circle, hit a button and stab, like there's this real good thrusting stab and it just stops everything. And like, oh, that move's so good. It's like Paul Phoenix, you know, do the big punch. Big punches. Okay. Anyway.
Still want to play some Street Fighter 4 with you because I think that would be fun.
I know. I should download that. I keep looking at it and I get like, oh yeah, Julian, I want to play that. I should download it, and I never do. It's really bad. I forget.
Well, and you also when we played Borderlands, you didn't have your mic for your Xbox. And I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
well.
I don't have an Xbox mic. It's a whole fucking thing. Like,
yeah.
I don't play a lot of games online. I don't like to interact
Neither do I.
with other people.
Yeah, because even when I'm playing Final Fantasy 14 with Shanna, like we just get on Skype.
Yeah,
now Discord because Skype is not working for me. But
yeah, well, these things happen, Julian. They happen.
Only to me.
They happen to us all. And some. I guess I have another really short one if you want to hear it. It's kind of funny. I miss it. Well, this one is funny. I miss hilariously bad translations. I know that seems like a dumb thing to miss, but
it's this guy are sick, Justin.
Yeah,
he are sick.
That. We'll never get that again. Translations are too good, and even the ones
I feel asleep.
Yes, and even the ones that are bad are just machine translations. Like I'll make fun of them all day and twice on Sunday because they're funny, but they're not. You're never gonna get exactly what you just said, and you're never gonna get those like horridly cheesy original Resident Evil lines ever again. You can try to recreate that, but that's lightning in a bottle. You're never going to get, you were almost a Jill sandwich. You're never going to get that again. You can't capture that magic. It was one of those things where somebody thought that was amazing. And that's why that made that game. We now know that that's not amazing, so we're never gonna get it again. But I do miss that stuff. There's like you spoony bard, like you're never gonna get that stuff again. And I'm
looking for some sailors. Sailors?
Oh my god, Shenmue is so bad.
Although apparently Shenmue 3 does the same thing, so maybe you can do it still. You just have to get like a Japanese director who refuses to have an English voice director.
Yeah, just get the guy from Shenmue to do all of games translations from now on. Just that's what we need to do because
when you play Double Dragon 3 on NES and the first line talks about Bimmy and Jimmy Lee, they actually like mistranslate the main character of the game.
And also I was gonna this is part of this too. I miss hilarious video game names, like how cheesy video game names of characters used to be. Like, I miss that shit. And
when they were like intentionally like trying to be like edgy action star sounding, like I think the last big one was Shadows of the Damned.
Yeah.
What was it? Was it Garcia Hotspur?
I believe you're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was very Hispanic. Yes. Some would say too much so. But anyway, yeah, I miss that. I'm kind of glad Cyberpunk is leaning into that. Like, I don't know if you watched they had a little like
haven't seen it yet.
Well, I'll say this: the names that Cyberpunk has go directly back to the old 80s like pen and paper game, and they're fucking hysterical. Like, they're really funny.
Well, because isn't Keanu Reeves' character name like Johnny Silverhand or something like that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is
great. Like,
I'm so happy. I've never been so happy at pure cheese. Like, just genuine. I was just like, oh, that's amazing. I think there's a guy named Victor Vector. And I was like, that's amazing. Nice. That's great.
Yeah. And your character's name is V.
Yeah.
Which is so I already decided that I'm going to try to recreate my first Mass Effect character who was Victor Shepard. And since the character's name is V already, I'm like, okay, great. It works.
That's awesome. Yeah. I miss bad translations in video games. We'll never have it back, but at the same time, we can always go play those bad translations of video games and have a good time.
Definitely. And I guess my last one before we get into listener stuff, you had touched on it, but I wanted to give it a little bit more time.
Okay.
And because my big one was instruction manuals, but I thoroughly miss video game magazines, Justin.
Yeah.
Now this is definitely like a time and place thing. Obviously, having a print magazine today, and there are still some in the UK. Like, sometimes if I'm at a bookstore, I'll pick up the latest issue of Edge magazine because that magazine is amazing. But I also don't go to bookstores very often anymore.
Right.
Because I think because we don't have
Is Barnes and Noble
new
still
bookstores.
Open? I don't know.
I don't know. Borders is gone.
Yeah,
Barnes and Noble is still around, but I haven't been there. I haven't been to the one here in quite some time.
Mm-hmm.
I usually go to Half Price Books because I like the smell.
Oh, I've never been to a Half Price Books in my life. I've never even seen one. I'll be honest.
Well, they started in Austin.
Okay.
And I know that they've reached outside of Texas, but it's a Texas thing.
That's why I've never seen one. Got it. Okay.
As listeners know, I used to, especially before I was allowed to have video games, I would just consume video game magazines as much as I could. My parents got me a subscription to Nintendo Power. I had that for years.
Right.
And then I would get issues of EGM and Game Pro anytime that my mom would get them for me at the supermarket when she was shopping, and I would read them cover to cover. And then in the 90s, I got really hardcore into Die Hard Game Fan. It was like the edgy teen video game magazine at the time when I was turning into an edgy teen.
Right.
And then as I got a little older, I came back to EGM in a big way because they were starting to grow up with me. Mm-hmm. I tweeted back and forth to Dan Shu just a couple of weeks ago.
I seen that, yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, hey man, like when you came on as EIC, like it really felt like the magazine was growing with me, and I really appreciated that. And it did, and I kept reading EGM until the end.
Right.
And I'm still trying to get a complete run of it because I just love what they did. And they were so important to me, and they're 100% the reason why I know as much as I do, because I consider myself like a hobbyist video game historian, but a lot of that is because I lived through a lot of the history. And I just retained it from reading all this shit in magazines.
Right.
And so that just stuck, and then I've added on to it through podcasts and stuff like that in the years since, and books and stuff. But big soft spot for them, and especially with like E3 and stuff like that. Like, I miss the big E3 issue every year, because that's how you would find out all of the stuff.
So the E3 issue was always like a sight to behold, because that's when it's like, this is what's coming out, and you'd like, I remember it was like a must buy every time. And if multiple places covered it, even better, because then you had like, sometimes one would find some other game or cover more of like one game than the other one did, and like, oh man, I miss.
I mean, we're talking about a time when I would buy a magazine because on the cover it said, we have new screenshots of Final Fantasy VII.
Right.
And then you would get to the article and it was 3 new screenshots of Final Fantasy VII and it was worth it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Now that stuff comes out on the internet, like right now, or the entire ending leaks or something like that.
Yeah.
Like you can't keep things as good of a secret as you used to be able to. And like, I don't know, it made gaming feel, especially when like almost the only way to get news about video games was from those magazines. Like you didn't have like podcasts or anything like that. It was only this. It made it feel like this kind of underground thing to know the inside stuff. Like I always felt like really cool when I'd be like, well, that game's not coming out till this, or I'd be like telling all my friends like, oh, if you like that game, wait till this other thing comes out. It's going to be like even better than that. Like I was that kid.
And when you would see like the previews of Japanese games that were never coming out here,
oh, that was such a
that looks
bummer.
so cool.
Yeah,
like that's how I learned about Dragon Ball. Like I remember when like I had seen previews of like Dragon Ball Z3 for the Super Famicom, and I thought it looked amazing. I had no idea what it was, but I was like, those fireballs are massive. What is this? And then I was at a like collector's show that used to happen every year in town, where it was just like a bunch of like toys and comics and stuff. It wasn't like a comic book show. It was just like a bunch of collectible stuff. And this one guy would sell bootleg VHS tapes, and he had a bunch of like fan subs of Dragon Ball Z, and I got my dad to buy me like a handful of them, and so I watched Dragon Ball Z like before we got Dragon Ball over here, and it blew my fucking mind, dude, because it was some of the movies, and then I remember when Dragon Ball started airing, and I was like, where's the Kamehameha? Like, what is this? Like, why is he a kid? Like, what's going on?
Right.
And then eventually I dug it, but then when they started showing Dragon Ball Z, I was like, this is the good stuff right here.
Right.
Now, I've changed my mind as an adult. Like, I prefer Dragon Ball, but, yeah, like I learned about it through EGM because they had this huge splash page of Dragon Ball Z3, and I was like, what is that? Those characters look so cool.
Right. I remember like, I remember just like taking long periods of time to just look at full page ads, like for games I was never going to buy, or games that I would be like, this doesn't look very good as a game or something that I'm interested in, but look at this ad. Like some of those ads were like so weird, or
especially in the 90s. Actually, let's not dwell too much on that, because that's actually a states like topic I have planned for later in the year.
Okay, great. We won't dwell too much on that. Fine. Sounds perfectly fine to me. But they were cool. Magazines were cool.
They were. This episode is going a little long, but that's kind of what I expected. Yeah. We'll move on to Pixel Bit. We actually don't have a lot of stuff from listeners. Again, I think this one was just kind of like a little, I didn't define it very well at the time. That's on me. But we'll head on over to pixelbit.com. And the first comment we have is from our good buddy Extrian, who says, number 3, good arcade racing games. Need for Speed, Hot Pursuit 2, and Burnout 3 are amongst my favorite games ever. Just dumb fun. Oh, sorry, Burnout got grayed out later, then turned into a garbage open world game. Need for Speed is just a joke these days. Hell, bring back Need for Speed Underground and add the insanity of the cop cars from Hot Pursuit 2, and we have a winner. I have maintained for years, I don't understand why they don't make a game called Need for Speed Burnout.
Oh yeah, they own both of those, don't they?
Yeah. They do.
I feel like somebody'd get pissed though, because somebody'd be like,
"Well, everybody's going to get pissed."
But which one is it? Even I'm like already. But which one is it though? Like, is it more this? I need to know. These are important because I won't buy a Need for Speed game, but I will buy a Burnout game. Okay,
right?
Like, so I guarantee that's somebody probably was like, but I'm a bit confused. Like, which one are we doing? So maybe that's why not. But also Ridge Racer. Somebody should bring back Ridge. That was arcade as all hell. Like, it was great.
Yeah.
I love Ridge Racers.
And arcadey are the only racing games that I can play.
Right.
I'm terrible at like simulation driving games.
I'm not bad at them. Like, I was probably like the one person that's seen Gran Turismo 3 and was like, oh, it's like the old ones. I might actually play that. I used to enjoy those games for whatever sick fucking reason. I used to enjoy Gran Turismo games.
I liked the first two.
Yeah, I think
because they were just too. They were so, you know, it was like, wow, these look real.
Yeah,
which is funny now. But
I think I liked.
You know,
I think I might have liked the third one as well. I think I played the third one, and I think that was where it ended for me. But I would give it another try. I think if I remember correctly, I used to just kind of make them arcadey. They had like enough settings or something where you could kind of just make it like a little more arcadey than a simulation thing. But I'm with him. I do miss arcade racing games. They're really fun.
The sad thing is the last time they really tried to make a push for that, they didn't do well at all. There was those two that came out at the same time. Last generation, it was man, my brain is going lately. There was that one where you could create like there would be like environmental things that you could trigger.
Stuntman?
No. This was after that.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't even remember what the.
No, Project Gotham Racing. That wasn't really arcade. That was kind of arcadey, but not really. Oh man, I don't know. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Hold on.
I would say, while Julian looks this up, the one I played fairly recently, called Wreckfest, that was pretty arcadey, and it was kind of reminded me of Burnout. It was kind of dumb fun. Maybe give that a shot because you could wreck those cars real good. It was really fun. I don't know.
I can't find it, and that's bugging the shit out of me. Like, they just talked about them on like the Giant Bombcast a few episodes ago too.
It's not Trackmania, is it?
No. These they both came out at the same time, which was part of the problem. One was from Disney Interactive. Yeah, one of them I think was it might have been from Bizarre Creations or people who worked at Bizarre Creations, because they're the ones who did Project Gotham Racing.
Okay.
Blur was one of them.
Oh yes, Blur. Yeah.
And then I forget the name of the other one, but they're always talked about in the same sentence because they came out within a month of each other, which was a problem. Anyway,
yeah.
Julian in the editing bay here. It was Split Second. The game I was trying to think of was Split Second. Thank you. I might cut that. All right. Next up, Xfreean says, Nintendo trying to compete graphically. I know Nintendo makes many amazing games that look amazing in their own right, but damn do I wish they would put the power of a Series X now and not in 10 years when Series XY is out. I would love to see what a modern Zelda, Metroid, or whatever could do with a console that easily competes with the next gen. They haven't done that since GameCube, if I remember correctly.
First of all, I would like to know how you know the next Microsoft console. That sounds very inside baseball. I don't know who you know, but please connect me to them. That sounds right.
That does sound right, actually. So I kind of disagree with this a little bit because I would posit that Nintendo has only ever competed graphically once, and that was on the Super Nintendo. That's the only console they ever released that was more powerful than the competition.
You're right. I 100% agree there. They tried to get more modern with the GameCube, which is what I think he's saying. They tried really hard. And I mean...
But they hamstrung themselves with the disk space.
Absolutely. They 100% did. They tried to keep their novelty, which was a bad idea. I mean, granted, Resident Evil Remake, one of the best looking games I've ever seen.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean,
on 2 discs.
Oh yeah, exactly. It was on 2 discs. Yeah, exactly. So, I don't know. Their games after the GameCube, especially, like, I think they went, well, this didn't work. So why even bother trying? Let's just make our systems have like a gimmick or a style or whatever, which, I've always
they've literally said that they're not competing with the other consoles since the Wii.
Exactly.
Because they tried that with the GameCube and they failed miserably. It came in third out of those 3 consoles.
Yep.
But here's the thing is that because they have been a step behind technology-wise, like, since the Super Nintendo. Like, the N64, yes, it's a 64-bit system as opposed to a 32-bit system, but having cartridges completely eradicated that, power advantage, right?
Yeah.
And then GameCube was inferior disc size, and then the Wii was a SD system in an HD world.
Yep.
So they've always been behind, but what I will say in their favor is that they have some of the most talented artists in the business.
Oh yeah.
And now that their consoles are HD, like, across the board, it kind of doesn't matter because their art is so strong. And I get what X-Ring is saying, like, because if you look at like Ratchet and Clank, like Rift Apart for the PlayStation 5, and then imagine what a Mario game would look like with that power, then yeah, totally. But but you're only going to think that Mario Odyssey doesn't look great if you put it next to Rift Apart. If you're just looking at Mario Odyssey, you're like, this is a gorgeous game. Yeah. And it's fine.
Yeah, they go for a stylistic approach. I mean, I'll judge it all day as not being like a thing that I'm super into, but like Breath of the Wild's has an awesome style to it. Like, all day. Like they go for that more like stylistic thing. And I think it sets them apart, actually, like keeps them relevant, because if they tried to keep up, like, I don't know if it would benefit them at all. Like, they're doing their own thing and they're doing great at it. So yeah,
go play Wind Waker on the GameCube and then compare it to any game on the PlayStation 2 of the same era, and Wind Waker is going to hold up better.
Right, exactly,
because of the style.
They have a longevity factor that a lot of the newer stuff that's coming out, like Last of Us 2, like down 20 years from now is going to be like, oh man, but things just look like actual movies now,
Yeah,
as opposed to like Mario Odyssey, where you'll go, look at the style of this is really neat and holds up.
I will say that I do think that games are getting to a point now where you can go back, you can go back to like 360 and PlayStation 3 games and still be like, okay, I get what this is representing. Like, it looks fine. And I think especially this generation and forward, it's not going to really matter.
Yeah,
like you can go, you'll be able to play Horizon Zero Dawn like 20 years from now, and you'll be like, yeah, I understand what all of this looks like.
I mean, look at like this console leap that we're taking is not going to be as jarring as it has been in the past. It's going to be like, hey, look at how good this lighting is, and hey, look at like how fast these load times are. Like, that's our leap this time. Like, obviously I'm exaggerating a little bit,
right?
That's kind of where we're at. Like, we're going to get excited about like, ooh, now I'll only have to wait for 1 second for that door to open. That's crazy. Like, stuff like that.
Lastly, Xtreme has one that I had on my list, but I can talk about it here.
Yep.
Cheat codes. Where the hell are all the cheat codes? Why do they no longer exist? Let us break our games with fun bullshit. GoldenEye had lots of dumb fun things, but also gated them behind speedrunning bullshit. Just give us a damn menu with a checklist of cheats we want. I want to have a machine gun in Dark Souls, Mario dual-wielding hammers, Link flying with Epona, Samus with a hyper beam from the get-go. Just give us fun, dumb cheats and disable achievements if that's a big deal. I think that is the thing, is when they added achievements, that's where you saw cheat codes start to go away.
True, yeah. I didn't put two and two together.
But it's also the advent of the microtransaction also fucked this stuff up, and making games online, like they don't want you to be able to like fudge your numbers and crap like that, and it is a bummer. And I'd roll hidden content in here too, stuff like hidden characters or like the big head mode in NBA Jam, fun stuff like that where you just don't really see that anymore. Like Mortal Kombat 11 is a perfect example. I know there's a lot of weird stuff in the crypt.
Yeah.
But there's not a lot of like weird stuff that you can do like for gameplay.
No.
And Mortal Kombat used to be all about weird secret stuff.
I was going to say, remember like combat codes and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Like they don't have that. Now it's just, the crypt, which I hate because they always like putting jump scares in there. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to fucking go in there. Fuck you. It's the reason I hate modern Mortal Kombat is because of the goddamn crypt. I hate that fucking thing. Like every time, like I'm dead serious. Theirs pisses me off more than anything because I'm like, I did not pay for a goddamn horror game. I paid for a fun, stupid fighting game with dumb lore. I do not need you flashing bullshit in my face while I'm just trying to unlock a costume for Sonya Blade. Fuck you. Shit pisses me off. But I miss cheat codes a lot. That was a great transition. You did good, Justin. Thanks, Justin. I miss cheat codes a lot. I really do. I am the type of person, I have no shame. I don't care about achievements. I will mod or cheat a game. I don't care. As long as I'm not going to go on the internet and be like, oh, I got cheats active. Nobody can kill me. That's bullshit. I'm 100% with you on that. That's horseshit. But
I've never beaten Doom 1 without God mode enabled.
Yeah.
Like, come close, but I've never actually done it.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not Angelo Grant. I'm terrible at video games most of the time, especially old ones. Like, I'm just not good at them. And I used to love, like, when I found out a cheat, like, oh, I have infinite lives, so I can just try this as many times. There were times when I'd have infinite lives and I still couldn't beat a game because I was like, there's no way I'm getting past this part. I'm just not good enough.
And just think about, like how ingrained the Konami code is into gamer DNA.
Yeah.
Like, even gamers that are like far younger than me know that code. I mean, it was in Wreck-It Ralph of all things.
Right.
And I love the fact that on the Super Nintendo, if you played Gradius 3 and you input the Konami code, you blew up your ship.
Yeah.
Because the Konami code on the Super Nintendo is up, down, down, LR, LR, the A start. I was like, you crafty bastards.
Yeah. Yeah. Sons of bitches. But yeah, I miss that.
And also like stuff like that. Like, I still remember, even like, I know the blood code for the Mortal Kombat on the Genesis, even though I didn't own a Genesis or Mortal Kombat, but I still know the blood code.
Oh man,
it's like that weird gamer brain that I have.
Yeah, I don't remember what the actual inputs are. I had them memorized at some point when I was a kid. Like, when I'd play the game every day, I'd have it memorized, just like phone numbers. Yeah. Like, I don't have to input the cheat code. I don't have to put in a phone number anymore. But I remember Mortal Kombat.
ABC, ABB, in case anybody.
That's right. I didn't have a Genesis, so I didn't have the blood code.
I didn't either.
Yeah, I know. That's impressive that you know it.
It was printed in EGM.
Okay. But I do remember, like, Mortal Kombat 3, like the original one, had like 3 different tiers of cheats that you could put in, and like they would each unlock like a different menu, and you could go in and turn all that stuff on. Man, I used to love fucking Mortal Kombat cheats. They were like next level cheat stuff in that. So good. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, moving right along, you want to get this next one, Justin?
I will get this next one from our buddy Superstep. He says, number 1, he echoes you, Julian. He says levels, chapters, and missions.
Oh, actually, San Andreas had one. Did you want me to get that one?
I'm sorry. I skipped over a thing. Let's take that from the top. I will, Julian. I will take this next one from our buddy San Andreas. Nobody's the wiser. They have no idea I screwed up. I don't know why I said that. It was fun. He says a lot of developers and franchises, Lunar, Ultima, and Origin Systems itself. Maxis and Will Wright. I miss Square and Enix being separate competitors, and I always think of what might have been had Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within not been made.
That's a good, yeah. I wonder if Sakaguchi would have been with the company. Well, no, he really left because of the merger. It wasn't so much The Spirits Within, but I also don't think the merger would have happened if it hadn't been for The Spirits Within.
Yeah,
so
it fucked him up pretty bad. Spirits Within. Yeah. I seen that in the theater.
I did too.
Yeah, I remember even like being super excited about it and being like the type of kid that, like, if I was excited about the franchise, it was being like I would defend it even if it was bad. Like, I remember getting out of that movie and be like, I don't know what that was. That was weird. That was my exact reaction.
I think the only thing that it's even tangentially like Final Fantasy-ish is there's a character named Sid. Like, I don't think anything else in there is even remotely Final Fantasy, and that's what really pissed me off.
Space
it's a sci-fi movie.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know what they were thinking with that thing. And also, I miss Will Wright too. He was cool.
Yeah, I guess he doesn't. Is he not making games anymore?
I think he retired. I could be wrong. But I
didn't play, so I'm not a PC gamer, but one of the things I always loved reading about Will Wright is that somebody said that he could turn any conversation into something about video games, and I was like, I identify with that.
Yeah,
I do the same thing. That's that's cool to hear.
He always had the man obviously had very interesting ideas. Like even his not least well regarded game, Spore. Like it still was an interesting idea. Like when you look back on it, like it may not have been that great of a game, but like that was a cool concept for a game that goes into like weird games that got a big push, that kind of category. But yeah, well done.
Definitely. All right. Next up is Super Step. He starts off with levels/chapters/missions. These things are still around, but I hate the focus many AAA games have on, well, done with that mission. Let's immediately talk about what you're going to do next. Like, let me have the victory and savor it for a second. I get that you're busy and need to illustrate that about your character Spider-Man, but let me have a break. Jesus. At least games like DMC still have missions that serve as actual starting/stopping points. I love being able to play games in small chunks is what I'm saying. And we're right there with you. We talked about it quite a bit. And he says, and I know there are points in games like Spider-Man where they say, hey, screw around and do side missions for a while. But that brings me to my next point. And number 2, not having a fucking checklist for all the side content that makes my brain feel obligated to complete things. I never once worried about getting all the heart containers in Zelda. I just wanted to beat the game. That used to only mean getting through the story, but now I'll do that and have like 15% of the trophies and feel like I really didn't do anything. See The Last of Us 1, like I was actually talking about this to PK Becker because he had DM'd me about it, and yeah, like you beat The Last of Us 1 and you have 5% of the trophies, and it's like, but I beat the game.
Yeah.
How do I have 5% of the trophies? I was being thorough. Right. Like I was scavenging through those levels. Like how? Okay, whatever.
Yeah. Achievements have a way, and achievements are a genius idea, and also like pure evil when you stop and think about it. Because of that reason, they're made to add like a certain level of replayability. And like, make you go like, hey, why don't you kill like 100 of the same type of enemy? And that'll get you this achievement. And it's why like I don't care. At some point I would go through achievement lists and look, and I just go, I don't fucking care. I
tend to not look at the list until I've played the game for a while.
That makes sense.
Unless I've played the game for like an hour or two and nothing has popped yet, I'm like, dude, what's going on here? Like, why haven't I gotten one yet? But here's the thing is that, because I love achievements, but like they have to be done well. And so I think they're getting better. Like I like the ones that encourage you to play the game a different way, or they encourage you to explore and stuff like that, or you just do something silly and you get an achievement for it. Like,
right.
I had forgotten about this one, but it was on a PlayStation Access video that I watched recently. But there's an achievement in South Park: The Stick of Truth called Too Far, where after you beat the Nazi baby fetus boss, zombie Nazi baby fetus boss.
So many words, yes.
Yeah, you can fart on the corpse, and then you get an achievement called Too Far. And I got that achievement without knowing that it existed, and I was like, good on you, game.
Yeah, that's neat. That's neat. I'm not saying all achievements are bad. I'm just saying a lot of them are aimed to like they make you feel like shit because like you just beat this game and like, oh, I've only done exactly like he's saying, like I've only done this much percentage of the game. Me at some point when I would get that and just go, I think where it happened for me was Assassin's Creed 2. Because I beat the entire game and played, I don't know how many hours of it, and did, pretty much everything I wanted to do. But I didn't run around and collect all the stuff or whatever. And it was like, you've only unlocked 50% of the game. Go do others. And I was like, fuck you. I'm not doing any of that. I seen credits. I'm good.
I think most games, like single player story based games, like if you beat the game, you should have 80% of the achievements, and that last 20 should be like if you really want to go above and beyond.
I agree.
I agree. Like I think that's pretty fair. When it goes the other way, like that's when I'm like, dude, really?
Exactly.
And Super Step has a great one for number 3. Arcade sports titles. I don't give a shit about real life player stats. I just want to make my character catch on fire. That's all I want for my sports games. Fire and cartoonish brutality. How does no one else making purchasing decisions seem to understand football is more fun that way? And dude, I will sing to high heavens the praises of EA's Big. Like, all of those games were phenomenal. Like, the fact that Julian Titus, fucking loves NBA Street and NFL Street should tell you volumes.
Right. Okay. The reason you probably don't see a lot of these. Now, NBA Street, there's no fucking reason why they can't bring that back, but it's EA now. And EA now, these days they fucking suck. We'll just put it like that.
Yeah.
The NFL ones, like Blitz and stuff like that, a little bit different. And the reason I'll say that is back in, when those games were getting made, we didn't know as much, or maybe we did and we just didn't discuss it about, concussion stuff.
Yeah.
And like now that they do, and the NFL is like, hey, yeah, this is a problem, like all this stuff, they have to kind of back down from that, like sort of smash mouth image a little bit. So getting a game like that with an NFL license would be super tough. Now you could do it with your own made up teams, but it won't sell as well as something with the NFL licensing, because
what if you made it so over the top, like instead of doing like a tackle, you did a power bomb?
Yeah,
like just ridiculous. Like I get what you're saying, and I think you're right,
and I get what you're saying too. But you have to remember this is a board of people that are like, okay, yeah, that is over the top and it's cartoonish and really stupid. Obviously, this doesn't happen, but like, what if some and again, I'm not saying,
and you could also get like accused of like making light of the issues in the sport.
Exactly, it'd be tough.
And
NFL is the tough one. That one, and like I would even say anything with like contact base, you're gonna have a tough time with this. But they were great games. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying those games. I love those games. They were awesome.
And I would love arcade wrestling games to come back.
Absolutely.
I thought WWE. All-Stars was like the best wrestling game of the last like 15 years, easy.
Well, didn't you see they're making an arcade wrestling game, Julian, and it looks like dog shit. Looks really bad.
I think the gameplay looks fine. I think the character designs look like shit. The character
design looks it looks like they took the 2K20 models and just made them big. They just like blew them. They just like stretched them out. Like they were made of Play-Doh, and they just stretched the faces and the bodies out a little bit. And they're like, yeah, that's it. That's the game. This is our style. It's like, no, it's terrible. It looks bad.
I might play it if it ends up being like a decent game.
I'll play it. You'll get a full review on the Nerds Without Pants podcast. I promise. I'll do it. All right.
Well, why don't you take this last one from Facebook Pixelbit.
Pixelbit is now Facebook.
Oh no! We don't.
It'll be fine. After that, we have our buddy Casey Curran, and he has this to say. He says his number 3. He's counting down, which is how you should do it. Yeah, let that silence sink in. Anyway, every company having a mascot. It was fun having someone representing what a video game company was about. Mario, Sonic, Crash, and Mega Man all had their own style and were good indicators of how their company made games. Then Microsoft made Master Chief a mascot with no face, and everyone stopped caring. Who's EA's mascot? A loot box? It's actually Darth Vader.
I was going to say Shame.
Oh yeah, that too. A shamed Darth Vader. It's a Darth Vader with his head down. He's very sad.
It's just John Riccatello saying, "You should have kept me." Actually, I think he left of his own volition. But
probably.
Things like he got a lot of shit, but I think he was actually running that company in the right way when he was there.
Oh, probably. I don't doubt it. But yeah. Company mascots.
I miss mascots.
Yeah, they were fun. Yeah. They were a lot of fun. They still kind of use them like here and there, but like actually, like, is Mega Man the mascot for Capcom? Think about it.
He is now.
Yeah,
but the original Capcom mascot was Captain Commando.
Thank you. Okay, you know your shit. I'm proud of you.
Yeah,
I was always proud.
Oh, come on, dude.
I was never not proud of you. His name was Capcom. If you didn't
Yeah.
know that, kids, his name was Capcom. Number two.
And like his design when he finally got his own video game was cool, but I liked the original Captain Commando design because he looked kind of like that. He looked like an old 80s anime, like is it Captain Harlock or something like that?
Yeah,
like,
I think you're right.
Yeah, he looked like that, and he had this piratey look about him. I really liked it.
Man, Captain Commando was a fun game. It was so over the top and stupid that it was a great beat 'em up. But yeah, moving on here. Number two, he says every big publisher trying every genre. It was neat seeing every company have their own take on a game. Square and Enix didn't just make RPGs. Capcom gave us Breath of Fire. Nintendo made Earthbound. Sega had Phantasy Star, and Konami had Suikoden. When Resident Evil came out, we got to see Silent Hill and Parasite Eve 2. Now it feels like they don't care about giving their own spin on a genre or idea, but just chasing a trend to make money off of it.
Preach.
Yeah.
And I think that goes back to what we were talking about. Like, this kind of goes hand in hand with like weird games getting greenlit, because when you think about it, like at the time, it was weird for EA to make Dead Space. But I'll never forget hearing about the making of Dead Space, because like a guy was like, he went up to management and he was like, "Hey, I want to try something. Give me some money and like 4 guys, and let me just go over in the corner for a little bit and try something."
Right.
And they're like, "Okay, go ahead." And then we got Dead Space, and I think that more companies should try that. Double Fine did that. Like, that's how they made Costume Quest and that game where you're the Russian nesting doll. I forget the name of that one.
I was going to say, I've never heard of that one. That sounds weird.
Oh no, you have. It was a big Xbox Live Arcade game.
Okay.
But yeah, like they did a game jam within the company after Brutal Legend, and then that's where Trenched came from.
Okay.
Or Iron Brigade now. But like, yeah, they just had they had a bunch of their people just come up with ideas, and then the best ones ended up becoming their next like couple years of games, and worked pretty well for them. Like, I think that's neat.
Yeah, but I'm with him on the. Yeah, you're right. It does kind of go in with that, but I do miss like companies each taking their own spin on this new thing. Like, we just invented like we just invented survival horror, and now Resident Evil, and now Konami with Silent Hill, and Silent Hill is its own thing, and like they would always kind of.
Sega has Blue Stinger. Oh wait. Oh no,
we don't talk about that. But yeah, it was cool stuff, man. It's cool stuff.
Yeah.
Then his number one, Sega consoles. All right. When Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo design a piece of hardware, they base it on what they think will make money. When Sega made one, they based it on what they thought was cool. Very true. It's obvious why Sega doesn't make consoles with that mentality, but I miss ahead of their time ideas like the Sega Channel, Sega CD, and VMU.
I honestly think that they would have been fine if it hadn't been for the Sega CD and the 32X. By the time the Saturn came out, people had already been burned twice on Sega hardware.
Very true.
Yeah.
Very true. Yeah.
I think the Dreamcast would have been, and that in turn would have made the Dreamcast more successful.
Yeah, maybe.
The problem with the Dreamcast was that, like, even in video game magazines, it was like, well, but the PlayStation 2 is going to be out in a year.
That was exactly it. The PlayStation 2 is going to be out in a year, and it looks way better than this. Like, Dreamcast games have their own style, and it's almost like they're the most like directly ported from an arcade thing that I can think of a lot of the time. Like, you know, Crazy Taxi.
Straight up, like that was an arcade system.
Oh, absolutely, and that's really cool about it. But at the same time, like. Yeah, the PlayStation 2, like you would see screenshots of it and you'd be like, wow, that looks amazing. And this doesn't quite look like that. That being said, like it had, I'm not, you know what? I'm going to stop there because that's going into something else. So stop there. But yeah. I
do miss Sega systems though. But on the other hand, I mean, they had a rough patch there for a lot of years, but I love what Sega's doing now. And it kind of makes me want Nintendo to go the same route, because I think it would be really cool to see Nintendo developing games on a PlayStation 5. I know that would never happen,
right?
But it would be cool to see that, and I don't know.
That would no. But I always kind of wished, because I love Nintendo games, but I their systems
get tired of buying the hardware
their
just
systems
for those games.
Their systems are really gimmicky, and I'm not saying the Switch isn't fine. I know you guys love the Switch, and I'm not saying it's bad. I like it too. Julian will say it's bad. That you send all your hate mail to him. I'm not judging the Switch. I think it's a cool system for what it is. But it definitely shows its what's the word I'm looking
their design sensibility.
Yeah, it shows that, but it shows its flaws really hard when a more modern game gets ported to it. You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah, that 100% should not be happening, and it's only happening because the system has done so well.
It's done so well,
like I remember, I was like, "Oh, we're back to this, are we?" Because that's how it used to be back in the day when like you would get like there would be this awesome arcade game, and then you would get the decent Super Nintendo port, and then the terrible Genesis port.
Right.
And I was like, okay, we're back to this.
That's awesome. That's pretty much it. Yeah, you've pretty much nailed it. Yeah. But yeah, I'm in the same boat as you. I would love to see a world where Nintendo went that route, where they just kind of went, we're just going to make games for these other systems now, like, and see what they would come up with. Like, yeah. I think it'd be interesting, but we don't live in that world.
Imagine a multiplayer Nintendo-made game where you didn't have to deal with their online bullshit.
Oh, yeah, they're terrible at the online. Oh, boy, they're bad at it. They are horrendous. No, they'd still want you to buy some sort of fucking weird peripheral or
right.
You have to voice chat on your phone. We didn't know that was a thing.
Plug in this code key to get your friend code. It's like, what? I'm on Xbox Live.
Nintendo would be the type of motherfucker to have like their own launcher like Ubisoft, but it would be like the worst thing ever. It's like, you have to sign up for this service. That's the only way we can make it work. They would be that company.
3 logins.
Yeah, it has 3 logins. Put in your code to find your friends that you already have on your system. But no, you have to do it this way. We're protecting the children, guys. It's all about the kids.
Yep.
Yeah. Fucking A.
Well, moving on to Twitter, I wanted to be sure to get this one from friend of the show, John Golson, on Twitter at Golson, because he actually replied instead of DMing. And also, real quick, just as a personal note, I wanted to post it on Twitter, but the video file size was too large. John got me an amazing cameo video from USA Up All Night's Rhonda Shear.
Oh.
Because he knows how rough it's been for me lately. And she was just talking about how, to kind of keep my chin up. And she thought that it was really awesome that I edit a podcast and everything. And she shook her prodigious titties for me a couple times. And I don't know, she's 65 now, and I don't know what happened since 1993 to 2020, but it was good on her. That's all. Holy cow! And as I said on the show, USA Up All Night was responsible for my love of really bad B movies, because I really did enjoy watching these shitty movies on that show with her, and also my love of Rhonda Shear's amazing assets, and that was really awesome. Thank you, John. It was really cool. I've been actually thinking about getting cameos for a couple friends, and I keep forgetting to. And it was funny. He was like, "Oh, wow, this is amazing," and it really put a smile on my face.
That's really nice. That's awesome.
Among other things. Yeah.
Okay. I don't. We're gonna move on. Will you please?
I wish that I could send it to you, Justin, because holy cow!
Now because I don't want it. I don't want to see it. Now, not because I'm sure it's great, but it's just for you, Julian. I don't want to. I don't want to know what. Never mind. Let's just move on.
We'll just move on. Yeah. All right. John says, I miss the days of trading games with friends for a while. I still do this sometimes, as Julian can attest, but as things get more and more digital, this habit is going to disappear altogether. I miss that too. I miss buying used games, again, collecting also, but also what I miss is being able to just take a disc and taking it to a friend's house and popping in their system saying, let's try this.
Very true.
The last time that I did that, I brought Spider-Man over to, my friend Shanna and Joe's house, because I was like, you need to see the Spider-Man game for PS4, but let's sit through this 2-hour long installation time, before we actually get this thing going. It's kind of just takes all the momentum out of it. And
well, games are big now. I know. I know, and I am still this way. I'm a big fan of the digital stuff because like I just kind of occupy myself and plan ahead when I'm going to install things like that. I do understand people's nostalgia for it and like for it, but I'll tell you, when it comes to really old games, you know what I don't miss? Blowing on fucking cartridges. Don't miss it at all. I mean, there are parts of old gaming where you look back at it and you go, maybe I don't miss that. Maybe I don't miss that part of it.
Yeah.
And
as someone who still plays NES games, I mean, it's been a couple years, but relatively often,
right?
It's always a pain to get those things to work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even when they were new, it was an issue. Like it's not an age thing.
There's something weird about those games, man. They just didn't always work the first time you put them in. And I remember like it would take like half an hour sometimes to get a thing to work on my grandmother's NES when that was the only thing that we had to play. And I'm not exaggerating that. Like it was old as hell. That was the only thing that was there to play when I went on vacation. And like, I was like, I want to play the Mario 3 because it's fun, and that's the only game that we had. So see, that's why I like that game a lot. So you sat there for like half an hour just blowing on the goddamn cartridge, put it in the Nintendo. Nope, didn't work this time. Take it out, do it again.
So the one that works for me almost every time is if you put the cartridge in, but you leave just a hair out on the lip of the system and then force it down.
No.
And that almost always works for me.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I will keep that in mind, but at the same time,
I mean, I say that, but like now I have a Retron 5, which I was
just going to say, if I was going to do something like that, I would either get everything on a hard drive and play it from that. Like buy the game, obviously, but have it on a hard drive or do something like that with like a Retron or something. That's that. Yeah. If I'm going back into retro stuff, like, I don't really want that big of a physical collection. I won't lie. Like I'm a fan of just having things on a thing and being able to play the game. I'm not, obviously I love, instruction books and stuff like that, but that shit's expensive. I just want to play the game.
Yeah. No, I totally get it. Yeah. Like, the only reason that I have like all of my stuff set up right now is because they didn't have a 1-bedroom apartment for when I needed to move in. And so I ended up with a 2-bedroom. Otherwise this stuff would still all be packed up because I was planning on saving more money and just getting a 1-bedroom, and it just didn't work out that way.
It happens, yeah.
All right. I guess you've got the next one on Twitter, sir.
I didn't realize John was done. Okay, great.
And it was just that one.
So we have Philip PK Becker. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, great. He is at, what is he at? It doesn't tell me.
You just said it, PK Becker.
PK Becker. I guessed it the first time. I'll be damned. Okay, he says for his stage select, the only thing I miss at the moment about the good old days, in quotation marks, is being able to play all flippin' day and not having responsibilities.
Yeah, it's pretty great, isn't it, Justin?
Oh yeah, I do it all the time.
Awesome. Yeah, me too. Yeah. Tomorrow I'm just going to play like Soul Reaver 2 for probably 4 or 5 hours and then take a break and then play Last of Us 2 for probably 4 or 5 hours. It's awesome.
I've been playing a lot of Skyrim Special Edition on and off.
Oh, I saw.
Yeah. And then like when I get like kind of bored of that, I move on to my Monster Train because that's pretty good. It's a pretty good game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the plus side, I've got all this time to play video games. The downside is that I don't have anyone to hold or talk to or, like
the downside.
But I also don't have any kids to like ask me things. So I feel like I'm still coming out ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. As an asexual, I don't really care. It's kind of nice because you're just like, I just don't care. Like, I just sit here and play this fucking game all day. I don't care. But here's the problem I run into. Sometimes I'm just like, but nothing new is out that I want to play, which is the exact problem I had this week. I'm just like, nothing new is coming out that I like. Persona 4 Golden. I don't want to, but I have to sit there with the stress. We already went over that, but yeah, you see what I mean.
You don't, but. Do you have a backlog, or have you finished most of the stuff that you have like on your let's say on your Xbox One hard drive?
Most of the stuff, yeah, on my Xbox hard drive, like I've finished most of the stuff that I want to play, like for sure. Like I mean, unless I want to play stuff that I didn't like I still have Control sitting on my hard drive, or maybe I don't. I might have deleted that, but I didn't like that game, and I don't really plan on going back to it. Like there's a lot of games that like I don't know. I'd like to dabble, and there's stuff I'd like play again. Like that's why I played Jade Empire, because I was like, maybe I'll go back and give this game a try. I remember really liking it when I was younger, and then I was like, maybe not. This, not my thing. But
yeah, see, like for me, if like nothing came out for the next 2 years, like I could just play my Xbox One and PS4 backlog and have plenty of stuff that was stuff that I want to play, that I know I would enjoy, that I just have not gotten around to.
Yeah, see, I think especially this generation, this current one, I've gotten to most of the things that I wanted to get to. There's, and then a lot of it also when it comes to the backlog is like certain games I have backlogged for a reason, because I want to play them in the right mood. There's a game Angelo recommended to me forever ago. It's called One Shot, and it's basically like right up my alley. It's like a fourth wall breaking type of game. It's kind of puzzle based, but like he was like, play it in windowed mode. Just trust me, I'm not going to tell you any more than that. I was like, this sounds amazing. I want to play it, but I have to be in the right mood. You know what I mean? Sure. Like
I bought that game that you talked about a couple episodes, You and Me and Her, but I told you I am waiting until like October, because I want to play it during Spoopy month.
So I have not finished that game actually, because I'm waiting to be in the right mood to go back to it. Because like it freaked me out, and I was like, that was amazing. And I ended on such a high note that I'm like, I'm going to go back in once I'm like a little bit calmer and like kind of have, collected myself. And yeah, it's been a little while, but still like I got to be in the right mood for it. That's a lot of video games for me. It's like, I got to be in the mood.
Definitely. All right. Next up on Twitter, we have Xavier Krieger, who's on Twitter at Cadus Bane. And he says, I miss the huge cases and the older styles of art on them. Whether they were Genesis game cases or Super Nintendo cases, I love the styles of cover art. Plus, I loved how they looked on a shelf. Plus, there used to be lots of room for game manuals, and I always cracked it open to pour over the manual on the drive home. That's another thing that I forgot to talk about with instruction manuals, is that was like the thing for me, was like pouring through the instruction booklet before I even fired up the game for the first time.
Right.
Like I really love box art and cases and stuff like that. I was actually thinking, so we've gotten rid of the instruction manual, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So why haven't we just gone back to like CD-ROM style cases? Like I think next gen should just like it for physical releases should just be like the smaller form factor packaging, because why are we spinning all that plastic anyway when we don't need a booklet in there?
I think.
I mean, it might be because of Blu-ray cases, because they're manufactured.
It's. I think it depends on the type of media.
But like Xbox has their own cases, right? They're not Blu-ray cases. So I don't know. Like to me, it's like, I think like I would actually, well, I'm going to be buying PlayStation 5 physical games because that's just what I do. But I would probably be more inclined to buy like Xbox Series X games if they came in these cool little CD cases, like PS1 games or something like that. Or like a 3DS game, like that form factor.
Yeah.
And, it would save room, save on plastic, and I think they would look cooler. I don't know.
Yeah. I've been, my debate for this current generation is whether or not I'm even going to get one with a disc drive. I'm not even going to lie to you. Because if I'm going to pay that money for, I don't plan on buying any more special editions. I learned my lesson after Final Fantasy VII Remake. I'm just like, this is not worth it. It's just not. The only thing that I have from a special edition that I even really like, and it's not even particularly well made, is the Sophicia in the background that nobody listening to this podcast can see, but it's there. It's from the Soul Calibur 6 special edition. And it's neat, but it's not the best made thing. And I was just kind of like, I don't know if I need these. I just don't think I do. And the more I go over it in my head, I'm not sure it makes sense for me to buy one with a disc drive, because I don't buy physical games. I don't have that attachment to it. I know, people's attachment to it, and I respect it, and I think it's great. But for me, I'm like all about downloading them. I think it's fun, and just as long as the goddamn system doesn't crash Fight Club style or anything, we're good. God willing.
So my thing with the PS5 is that since I do have so many physical PlayStation 4 games, and they're supposed to be backwards compatible, that's a good reason. But also, I collect every Final Fantasy game physically, so it's like, when Final Fantasy 16 or whatever comes out, or Final Fantasy 7 Remake 2 comes out for PlayStation 5, I'm buying that disc.
That makes sense.
And then for the Xbox Series X, I could go for a all digital one if they were doing that, but it seems like they're going for this thing where it's like they're trying to make it to where you can play as many games as possible.
Yes.
Like backwards compatible wise. So it's like I've got a huge 360 collection. I've got a decent Xbox One physical collection, and then I've got some original Xbox games. So it's like, if I can just throw those discs into that Series X and play them, like that's really cool to me. So,
right.
But that's because I like physical media. Like, even though like on the Xbox One, I've bought very few physical games, and I plan on only buying digital games on the Series X unless I find something dirt cheap at a store.
Right.
I could totally see myself doing that. And I will say that like the PlayStation 5 digital looks better than the disc one.
I agree, but
I don't think the disc one looks so terrible.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
And
it's still a heavy debate because I'm just like, but what if I do buy a disc and then I just
exactly
and that's exactly my debate. So knowing me, I would just be like, just spring for the goddamn disc, Justin. Just fucking get the disc. Also, I might want to play Blu-rays on it. Okay, I just decided,
that's actually a good point.
I decided on this podcast that I'm buying the fucking disc edition because I too have anime Blu-rays that I enjoy watching.
Yeah, and it would you already got an Xbox One or Xbox One X, so it's like you could also buy Ultra Blu-rays, but you could already do that.
Yep,
so never mind.
I can.
Yeah.
All right.
Moving right along, sir.
The next one here, we have one from our buddy Angelo Grant.
Yes,
and he is at a roguish ham on Twitter, if you did not know that. And he says this. He says, something I miss from classic video games, sprite scaling and rotation tricks. I wanted to say chip tunes, but I feel like the indie space is giving that a lot of love.
Too much love.
One thing I don't see much that I miss is sprite scaling and rotation even when indie games try to emulate it. I think they just fake it using actual 3D stuff, and it just seems too clean. There's something about the way things looked in games like Afterburner, Rayforce, or Space Harrier that I really enjoy to this day. The Mode 7 stuff in SNES games, think Mario Kart or the world map in Final Fantasy VI, is kind of a different way to do the same thing, and I enjoyed that too.
I'd like to also add, and this is like a really obscure game, but if listeners want to look up like YouTube videos of Skyblazer for the Super Nintendo, it does some really neat stuff with the scaling and rotation. That was like a kind of a later generation game, so it was like they weren't just using it for background stuff; they did it for like the main sprites, and it was really awesome.
Yeah, F-Zero was a good Mode 7 game that I remember. Yeah,
I always loved descending to the planet on ActRaiser.
Yeah,
like zoom at you, like, oh, it's so good.
Yeah, it was really cool how like older games would like they had a certain scene or a scale in mind, and they were like, well, how do we do this given these limitations? And the shit that they came up with was like really interesting and cool. Also, he adds at the end here, damn it, I miss light gun games too. Area 51 and Time Crisis 2 are some of my favorites, but I'm sticking with the sprite scaling thing. I'll add that for you. You miss light gun games. They were good. Light gun games were cool.
I'm surprised that they didn't come back. Like I know that like older light guns don't work with modern televisions.
Yeah.
I'm just surprised that they didn't try to make new light guns for new televisions. I will say, for any of you out there who are into the VR thing, apparently, like, those games have become really popular in the VR space, like for PC. Like, I think there's actually like a Sega arcade collection where you could play like Virtua Cop and stuff like that.
That actually would be cool. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that they should, like, I think more companies should try to run with that. I think that would be really neat.
I agree.
But yeah, like that is one thing I really loved about the Wii, because there's some really good light gun games on there using the Wii remote. I like House of the Dead Overkill is like legit like one of my favorite Wii games. It's really fun.
and like that is one genre that like you will still see in an arcade, like, but you have to go to an arcade. Like you'll still see like, and they're trash games, but you'll see like the Cabela games or whatever. Those are technically light gun games, I guess.
Yeah.
And like every now and then I would go to a movie theater and see like the Terminator light gun game, stuff like that. They're still out there. They're not like the hardest things to find in the world, but arcades are hard to find now. So, good luck.
Yeah.
All
right. Well, next up on Twitter, we have Red Venom. He's on Twitter at Zakelli7. And he says, the good old days of gaming. An age where 2 to 4 new games came out every year. That actually sounds pretty good right now. Games work or don't right out of the box. None of that day one patch. DLC? We used to call those additional content or add-ons. But in all seriousness, all gaming generations have good and bad things. We just tend to see more of the bad stuff and the predatory practices of some big companies. Yeah, EA and Activision, I'm looking at you. Mm-hmm. The only thing that I really miss, and I think it's not ever coming back, is couch co-op. Or just playing with friends in the same room. I sense that that Let's Play took its place for younger generations. That's true, and I mean, there's definitely a handful. I know Red Venom plays Diablo 3, and that's a big one.
Yeah,
there's been a handful of other games in the last couple of years that do the couch co-op thing, but they're mostly indie games.
Well, there was that one. It was a little bit bigger. A Way Out. That was one that was. Some people liked it. Some people weren't high on it, but like, yeah, it's. You're right. It is a lot more indie games nowadays that are leaning into that space. You'll still find it, but like, yeah, most, I don't know. It sucks. I agree with them. Like, I miss that stuff. But at the same time, I don't really have anybody that I'd play co-op with, so I probably wouldn't buy that game. So maybe companies are doing that for a reason. I don't know. I'm not defending that. I'm just saying that, like, yeah, I personally, I can't relate super hard to it, but
I have had a lot of fun over the years playing action RPGs with my friend Shanna. Like, we played through Champions of Norath together, and she helped me review Dungeon Siege 3 for Pixelbit. Like, we played through that whole game co-op. Obviously Diablo 3. I've really enjoyed doing stuff like that, and we've played a couple other stuff, but yeah, I mean, obviously, like, I'm by myself, so it's not really.
That's kind of, but yeah, I miss the old days when, like, I did go to places and could play co-op with people. Like, I remember Resident Evil 5, like, that was I
would love to play that with someone.
I mean, you know me, like, I don't like horror games, and like. But Resident Evil 5 was like a lot of fun. Like, I played through that game with a friend of mine and had a blast with it. It was just great. Like, it was super fun. So yeah. That's how I feel. After that, I have a buddy, Jeffka, who I hate. I'm kidding. I hope he knows I'm kidding. But I hate him.
Fuck you, dolphin! Fuck you, whale!
He says for his Stay Select, if there's one thing I miss from older video games, it's cheat codes. Usually games would have some cheats that gave you lives and the whatnot, but they also had a variety that would do simple and stupid fun stuff in the game. Big heads, invisibility, silly sounds. I love that stuff. Nowadays, these things seem to have gone by the wayside, if not being outright DLC. I miss silly cheat codes. Bring them back.
I agree.
Yeah,
I thought one of the coolest things that when I was playing Rage 2, but it was actually like a pre-order bonus, was having the announcer from NBA Jam like actually commentate on your gameplay. The only problem is that, like, he had only like a handful of lines and they kept replaying.
Yeah,
but I was like, they need to revisit this. Like, if they could actually build a game around this feature, I think that'd be hilarious.
Fun. Yeah, that'd be really fun. Just have over the top announcers for your like first person shooter or whatever game. Over the top announcers. There's a thing from old games that I kind of miss. Wasn't in all of them.
When you do one of your bigger moves and he's like Hadouken, I was like, I really like that.
Right. He does make a good point though, of the like DLC kind of taking the place of cheat codes, which is a real fucking bummer. Like, yeah, now it used to be like enter the code to get this costume or beat the game to get this costume. Now it's like, hey, pay $2 or $5 to get this costume for whoever in whatever game. And yeah, it's a bummer.
I was glad to see that like the PlayStation 4 Spider-Man had like a ton of costumes, because like it really rubbed me the wrong way in Batman Arkham City when it was like, oh, all of these costumes, they're DLC.
That was
like, what?
That used to be one of my favorite reasons to play through like almost any fighting game, because they used to do a lot of like play through the game, unlock the stuff. That was like, I used to love that.
Yeah.
Like, I remember I beat the original Dead or Alive, I don't know how many times, because you just kept unlocking costumes. It felt like it never stopped. That game wasn't that good, the original Dead or Alive. It really wasn't. But like, I had nothing better to do when I rented the game for a weekend. I was just playing through that thing nonstop, just unlocking all the costumes that I could. It was entertaining. And now you have to pay $80 to unlock whatever for that now. It's terrible. DOA sucks. There you go.
Yeah. And there goes a stage select. That was like maybe the longest stage select ever. No, I don't know about that. I think we've had longer ones. But it's pretty darn close.
It's pretty up there.
Yeah. But Justin, you've got next up. It better be good, man, because I don't know. We haven't been very successful lately.
I'll try. I don't know if it's going to be much better, but I feel like this is simple enough that everybody can pitch in and do this. Okay. It's not esoteric at all. In fact, you have a pretty limited pool of things that you can choose from. And I feel like that will help us all make this a little bit easier. So here recently, I think everybody, even if you're not going to buy one, year one or whatever, is pretty excited about like new consoles and stuff. And I've been excited about new consoles in the past. But mostly I'm excited about a lot of the games that I've seen that are coming up soon. And it actually made me wonder about all those old consoles and those console launches. And I want to know what people's favorite console launch games were.
Very good.
There's a pretty small pool of them, but like if you look up a console that you remember playing and look up launch games, you get a nice little list and you can just be like, oh yeah, that game. I remember that game. And there's some definite ones that'll jump out at you, and there's some definite ones you go, oh yeah, that was a neat little thing, wasn't it? And I certainly, when I was looking through the list, I was like, oh yeah, I remember that. That was a great game. I enjoyed the hell out of that. So I hope people will, this one's pretty easy. So I'm going to give you all a layup on this.
That's a real good one. So we're going to want those entries by 8:30 Central Time on July the 10th. You can go to pixelbit.com and comment in the show thread for episode 179. You can hit us up on Twitter at NWPcast and DM us there. You can go to facebook.com/nerdswithoutpants podcast and message us. And I want to hear from some new people or people that don't normally comment. So like there's people who have commented in the past but don't do it very often. Want to hear from you. Also, like if you've never commented, like dude, like Twitter's free. Like if you like if you don't want to engage with any other parts of Twitter and just us, that's totally fine. Or you've probably got a Facebook. Everybody's got a Facebook. I know it's a shit show, but
exactly.
Like you can just come and message us and then get off. Like you don't have to look at the rest of it. It's fine.
And don't be afraid. There's no way I could possibly hate you more than Jeffka. So there you go.
Yeah,
I'm kidding.
Yeah, just don't mention don't mention dolphins.
Exactly. Don't or do. It'll be funny. Maybe.
It'll go down with Angelo being a robot as one of the running gags of Nerds Without Pants. Yeah. All right. Well, that's going to do it for this lengthy stage select. So let's hop on into Consumption Junction. All right, and we're back. And we're going long. And I've got a lot of stuff, but I was only going to talk about one thing because I've actually mentioned it a couple times.
Okay.
So I'll just get that out of the way real quick. Because I did play all the way through Saints Row the Third Remastered.
Okay.
Which it's so like I remember that game being a lot longer than it is, but
yeah, I did too.
But I did everything the first time that I played it, and this time I didn't do everything. So it was nice to like be at the end at like the 15-hour mark, and I was like, dang. That was nice.
Yeah, it's a nice short little game. Like it really is. It's. I had a lot of fun when I went back to it. Honestly.
Yeah, I think it still holds up really well. Yeah. I think a lot of the humor still lands. I hadn't mentioned it, but I basically played as Red Sonja. I made this really buff Amazonian, and sure enough, like in the DLC, because this has all the DLC, and one of the DLC outfits was basically like a warrior princess outfit that worked perfectly. So I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna play as Red Sonja because I couldn't not pick the female Russian accent again. It's just too much fun,
right?
Because that's what I used the first time that I played the game. I was gonna make Jason Statham, but I couldn't quite get him where I wanted him to be, like I did in Saints Row 4. And also the accent didn't quite match as well. And I was like, I'm just gonna make Red Sonja. It's fine,
right?
So like I said before, like I think the game is overall gorgeous, minus like the hyper detailed character models, which are kind of off-putting.
Yeah, that seems like a weird aspect of that game. Because I played just the regular, back compat version of it,
Mhm.
because it was pretty cheap.
Yeah.
At least at the time when I bought it. I think they had a sale at the time when I bought it, though, but it's still cheap. And I really liked how stylized it was. I had kind of forgotten how it looked overall, and it had kind of like this almost cartoonish looking thing to it, And
You shouldn't be able to see Pierce's pores.
right, that's weird. It's not that kind of game, It feels weird, but
Yeah, and like Shandi looked kind of like really tired. Like there's something about the way they did her makeup that just looked really weird, and little things like that. Now here's something, and I'm not sure. I died way more on this playthrough than I did back in 2011.
really,
And I'm wondering if they upped the number of characters on screen, because it felt like I would get overwhelmed very easily. So let me give you an example.
okay.
The zombie mission.
Oh, that mission is.
Did that not age well? Is that the problem there? Because I remembered it being fine back then, but
no, it doesn't age well.
Okay,
when
when I played it just now, I felt that it was on par with most of the shitty Steam games that Jim Sterling plays.
100%. It's
okay.
The only reason I give it a pass is because it's one part in the entire game.
Yeah, it's not that long,
no.
but it was very frustrating, and I didn't remember it being that way back in the day, but it might have just been that's what we were used to.
It's irritating because, I think you're right, because I remember getting a little bit pissed off at that part too, because it's just you're trying to run around. What is it? You're trying to throw bombs or something in the ocean, in the river or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And
but the zombies are swarming
you the entire time,
so fast,
and knocking you off of the. Oh god, yeah, no, it's not that game, it's not the version you played. It's that that was how that was, and it was bad. It's a fun part because that's where you meet Burt Reynolds, and that's great. It's an awesome part, but at the same time, that mission sucks, like full 100%, to the point where like every time the game wants you to like cross through that island, I'm like, no, I'm just gonna go around. I'll figure it out. I'm
Are
not.
The zombies still there if you go back?
Yeah, they stay there the entirety of the game after that mission, which is a pain in the ass. So
definitely.
Don't go back.
Yeah, and then like the last mission, like I must have had, I died like 4 or 5 times because the last mission is just like everything is attacking you all the time, because that's the thing is so that's what I wanted to get at, is that I had mentioned that there were things that I don't think age well about the game that I had problems with in 2011, but in 2020, like I super don't have time for them.
Yeah,
like I think the enemies always were too bullet spongy.
Yes, absolutely.
When you're taking like point blank shotgun blasts to the stomach and not going down, like there's a problem.
Yeah.
And that definitely happens in that game. I don't think the shooting is particularly good in that game. It was funny. I was watching Jeff Gerstmann play it on a stream, and you wouldn't know because you didn't listen back then. But the big thing in Game of the Year 2011 for Giant Bomb was Skyrim versus Saints Row the Third.
Right.
And it was really between Brad and Jeff. Brad was for Skyrim, Jeff was for Saints Row the Third. Skyrim ended up winning, and in the years since, like Jeff keeps saying, we made the wrong choice. It should have been Saints Row the Third. But it was funny watching Jeff play on stream, and he was like, "This feels really shitty," and I was like, "It feels the same as it did in 2011. It's just now it's more noticeable." But I always felt that the shooting was kind of off, and I tend to. Like I've since realized that I need to like up the sensitivity on my aim in video games. But even doing that, it still just didn't feel quite right.
I think the reason why I didn't have so much of a problem with it is I am somewhat forged in the fire when it comes to GTA style games. Like I played a lot of them and in overabundance. Like I know. I think this feels better than GTA games. And that's the exact point I was going to make is it's so far and away better than those games, especially at that time, that like you immediately go, oh, this is a breath of fresh air for this.
Gotcha.
For this type of
that
genre.
Makes sense.
And that's probably why. And then you go back to it. It's like, this is a little bullet spongy, because I remember thinking the same thing. I was like, I don't remember this being as bullet spongy as it is, and then you start playing it, you're like, yeah, this is. But and at the same time, it's arcadey enough to where, like, as long as I kept moving, I learned that pretty early on. Just never stop moving. It's almost like Doom in that sense. Like, never stop moving. Just always keep running around, and you'll be fine.
Especially once you start upgrading your health regen, because it starts to come back real fast. And that's the nice thing about that game, is that you can eventually just make it to where you can't die. Yeah, which is real fun.
Yeah, it is pretty neat.
And so there's that, and then but you know, it's just got so much, like, there's so much fun in there, and like I had forgotten like how zany the like the mission where you have to like drive a car with a tiger to overcome your fear.
Oh yeah,
and all the dialogue that like your character's like, where did Angel even find you? Like little things like that, and of course, I mean, this is in Saints Row 4 too, but fucking love the insurance fraud missions and the Genki Bowl stuff. Like, I think all that stuff is really fun. Those games are really cool, and I really do hope that like they get to do a Saints Row 5, because I think that series is really fun, and I love the characters, and I really like it's right up there with Mass Effect as far as me having a sense of ownership over my character.
Right.
Because I do pick a specific voice, and I'll make a character that is fun to me, and that, like, especially because even with them having like 7 voice actors to choose from, there tends to be little quirks with each of the voices that carries into the character. So like, obviously with my Russian woman, she does a lot of broken English or talks about the old country. In Saints Row 4, I picked the Cockney British guy accent. And like, there's a level where he actually talks about how he'd be a better Bond. And it's because he's British, right? So like, it actually plays into that. Like, that stuff is really neat. And, you know, it almost makes me want to play it with like Nolan North's voice, because I'm sure there's some fun gags with him.
Yeah. You know, I've never tried another voice act, because I'm the same way. I almost like do Saints Row games like they're Mass Effect games, where I'm just playing the same character every time. So like, I always pick Laura Bailey voice, like just it's basically the default female voice, like the American sounding one. Because I don't know why, I just really like her voice. She's even in the new Last of Us and everything, and I'm like, oh yeah, she's great. Because
Saints Row 4 has some great ones. Like there's this really like affable, like Southern black woman voice,
right?
And she's just like super sweet sounding, like even though she's talking shit, like she does it like a really nice way. And then like the French woman, like she's cussing in French and stuff like that. Like just real neat stuff like that. I love that series.
Yeah, one of these times I'll have to try it with a different voice actor just to see how different it was. But yeah, that sounds really cool.
But that's all. Like, I mean, I've got a lot of other stuff, but I'm going to save it for next time, because, like I said, played all the way through Batman: Arkham Asylum, and I've started Last of Us Part 2. I also started The Messenger, because that just came out finally on Xbox One, and it's on Game Pass, which Xbox continues to just deliver like one of the greatest services. I'm always floored when I'm like, holy shit, they released that on Game Pass? Yeah, that's awesome.
It's really good. Well, yeah, I'm excited to hear your thoughts on The Last of Us, because that's a game that I watched the entirety of.
Oh, you did? Okay, because then we might actually do like a spoilery thing.
Oh, I'm down.
Either a separate episode or just like an after credits thing.
I may not have much to contribute on like the actual gameplay, but storyline, I definitely have some thoughts. That would be awesome.
And it seems like that's going to be the thing. Somehow I have avoided everything. Like, I have no idea why people are pissed, because it seemed like even before the game came out, but even before the leaks, it was like all of a sudden Naughty Dog was like the worst, and there's all this stuff, and then I know the game leaked, and then they were even angrier, and then the game came out, and it's got like just abysmal user reviews, and I gotta say, I'm like an hour and a half in, it so far is way better than the last game to me. Like just the way it feels and the way it plays and the pacing.
Right.
I'm like, all right. Like I'm not willing to say that, like, you know, I mean, obviously I've barely started, but I'm like, this feels really good, and I'm really digging the characterization and everything so far.
When you get further in, because I started watching it actually with the intent of, hey, if this game like is kind of if it doesn't start to scare the shit out of me and do a lot of jump scare bullshit, I might be in. If they keep that stuff to like a minimum, which I might be into this. I might go and play. And I was really hoping to. There was a point that I watched gameplay wise that I went, no. And it wasn't because of jump scare stuff. It was I won't. I'm not even going to get into that. I'll let you discover it for yourself.
I had to actually stop listening to the Giant Beast cast today because they were podcasts are getting way too glib about spoilers, because like they literally said, like at one point Alex Navarro said the game's been out for a while, and I was like, the game's been out for 7 days.
Yeah.
That is not a while.
I think he sometimes the people that get the game
they get them early and they forget.
You know,
yeah, I understand.
To them it's been out a while, but to us it's like no, that's not true, man. But I guess I played some stuff. I'm still, obviously, I was saying earlier, I've been playing Skyrim Special Edition. Only reason I made the switch from original Skyrim, to keep this super brief, is because original Skyrim does not look good on an OLED television. It looks terrible. Yeah, because
I can imagine.
Yeah, it does not hold up. The resolution doesn't matter, and Special Edition.
Oh. Because you hooked up your PC to your TV.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Because off mic you had talked about that you wanted to do that last episode.
Yep. So. Once you hook old Skyrim up to this TV and everything blows on my smaller monitor, looked great. But once you blew all that stuff up, it's like, ooh, no, there's cracks in the seams here. This
sure does look like it came out in 2011.
Yeah,
now.
It sure does. And Special Edition has HDR support, which is pretty nice.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes, it does. I didn't either until like I turned it on this TV, and all of a sudden it was like HDR. And I was like, oh shit, cool. And like it looks immaculately better. And the reason Skyrim, the original, I used to say, and I know I've said this, it used to look, you could get it to look better than Special Edition, was because E&B was far more advanced for the original game, but now Special Edition has started to catch up to that, and it looks pretty much the same. Like, I gotta switch mine because mine's too dark, but it looks good otherwise. Them fucking sunsets are gorgeous. But anyways, still playing Monster Train a lot because that game's super addicting, man. Super addicting.
Oh, I got to say real quick on that tick, I forgot. I played a run of Slay the Spire. And I really like it, but I need more visually.
Okay, that makes sense.
Because I was like, okay, there's like almost no animation on these characters. The art's kind of crappy. And then I remember that it was actually like, that was like one of the first like Apple Arcade games, right? Like it came out for iOS first.
I don't know if it might have come out for iOS first. That I'd have to look up. I'm
pretty sure that's where it started.
I always associated it as being like a Steam thing and being in early access for a while, but I could be wrong on that.
Yeah. But anyway, it has that look of like a mobile game, and it's like, so if they do because I know it was sold really well.
Yeah.
So like, I think I'm totally in for Slay the Spire 2. If it gets a bigger budget and they can do like some, like that's my same thing with like Hearthstone, is like, I just need a little bit of like pizzazz. It's to these games.
Yeah, it's tough to, and Monster Train's not going to blow you away visually either.
Oh yeah, I looked it up. It's like, oh yeah, this doesn't look like my thing.
For me, like the entire thing is I love deck building. Like I absolutely
and like in that run, because I to my credit, I got through the whole like first run without dying. I was pretty pleased with myself. I mean, maybe that's common, but
I can't remember.
I was like, oh, I'm totally seeing like the strategy here, like, and because there were definitely some places where I was like, at first glance, I was like, I can't beat this thing. And then as the cards came up, I was like, oh no, wait, if I build my defense here, right, and then next turn I do this, and then I do that, and it's like, and sure enough, I would like whittle them down, and like, yeah, like it's really something. Like the gameplay is great. Yeah. I just, like I said, I want a little bit more pizzazz with the presentation.
That makes sense.
So I think I'm going to wait for a sequel, but I do highly recommend it if you're not as big of a like graphic snob as I am, or like you don't care like you just want to do like the cardy stuff, like it's a really good game like that. Yeah,
if you're like me, basically, and you're just like, I just love deck building and cards excite me. I enjoy them very much.
I think that's most people. Like I'm just weird like that. Like I know that it would like totally slow the game down, but I've said that like I want Hearthstone to actually have the characters come out of the card and do an animation and then go back into the card. But like I know that would like really, especially because you're playing with other people. People wouldn't want that because it's going to like take time and everything. But I just like that stuff.
You know, it's interesting, actually. This is actually a great segue into the next game I played, because I played another one of these. I played another like roguelite deck builder game. Apparently they're just coming out in droves now.
Yes, apparently Slay the Spire was very popular.
Yeah, and everybody's following suit. So there's a game, it's in early access on Steam. It's called Griftlands. So this one is interesting. It's like I said, roguelike deck builder. This one you get like 2 different decks. You get a negotiation deck and you get a fight deck. And they're really leaning hard on the actual RPG element of it. Like it's an actual, like there's dialogue between characters. Characters will like you and dislike you depending on what you do. They're like, if you fight this guy, he'll hate you. If you negotiate with him, he'll hate you less or something like that. It's really interesting. Visually, not bad. It has kind of like this, I want to say early 2010s webcomic style about it. I don't know quite how to put my finger on it. It reminds me up and down.
That's a look. Yeah, I could get into that.
Yeah, you might want to look it up. I might be way off, but for some reason that's what comes to mind when I look at it. And it's not awful. The problem I have with this game is actually like, okay, when it comes to these types of games, I like them because they're quick runs. Like for me, I and it's interesting, like visually, I think the game is actually really appealing. It kind of has some nice little quirks, like, you know, they do like almost Simlish type dialogue when they're actually talking, but you can read the stuff on the screen. The world is kind of reminds me of like Borderlands. It like, kind of like space, but Fallout at the same time. It's very Borderlands. But the problem I have is it leans so far into that RPG stuff that it actually kind of like feels too long. Like sometimes you're just,
I can see that.
I just kind of want to get to the card part. And the other huge problem I have with the game, and now it's still in early access, so I don't want to be like too harsh on this. And there's still time for them to fix a lot of the problems I have. I really think it's a cool idea what they're going for here. The biggest problem I have is they explain almost nothing before they throw you in here. Like to the point where the very first thing you do is like, okay, you know how like Slay the Spire, I could be wrong, but I know Monster Train does this, is like you get in there and it's like, okay, here are some cards that we're going to give you and they'll change up every time. These are exclusive for this deck or whatever. This one doesn't really do that. It just goes, hey, what do you want to pick for your deck? And you're like, I haven't even played the game yet. I don't know what's good. And I was like, I guess. Yeah,
because Slay the Spire is like, you can only pick the warrior first off, and then he's got like, you know, very attack focused stuff. And it was a really good way of me figuring out, okay, like here, this is attack versus defense. There's like an ebb and flow to it. And then as I was picking up certain cards, I started to realize what the strategy could be, where it's like, oh, okay, so let me play like there's one card where I could like discard all of the non-attack cards in my hand, but then I would do like a massive like attack. And I was like, okay, yeah, like in certain situations that's really useful, you know?
Exactly.
So yeah.
It slowly eases you into that. Now this game, like it has like other characters kind of like Slay the Spire that you unlock as you go. But they throw you into the fire and it's just like, okay, we'll pick this thing for your deck that you have no idea how the game even plays yet, but pick this thing. You don't know. I'm like reading words. I'm like, I don't even know what that is yet. What is this? And so you're just like, okay, whatever, I'll pick this. And then you go in and it gives you the basic tutorial. Like this is how it works. And it's very nice. Like it's voice acted. It's very, calming. visually pretty nice. Like they show you what's what, but it's very, very basic. And like I get into like, I think the first thing I tried was the negotiation stuff, because I was like, oh, that's so interesting that they have these two different deck things. This is really cool. And immediately stuff starts happening and there's like things filling up on the screen. And I'm like, what is any of this? I'm like, I know this is their next attack, but like, what are these other things over here? You didn't explain this. What is, and like, I was very quickly overwhelmed to the point where I was like, if the developers of this game are listening, which they're probably not, but let's say they are, please, it needs a better tutorial. It needs like a mini campaign or something to kind of hold your hand and go, hey, this is the basics of the game. Like, okay, you can hire mercenaries and get pets in this game. And I was like, do I want them? What's the benefit? Because they don't tell me what they even do. Like, right. I'm just like, they have so much going on that they need to kind of handhold me just for a little bit. Just give me a little, like, this is the basics of the game. This is the benefit of getting this person to like you or having this person dislike you. This is what'll happen. Like, just give me like a little, like taste of that stuff, and then throw me into the campaign and go, okay, now you're in it for real. And this is the roguelike part. You know what you're doing, and go. But it doesn't have that. And it feels way off. Like I was immediately like, I'm really overwhelmed here. And I stuck with it. I did a couple runs and got like, it'd get to parts where I was just like, okay, I stood no chance there. And a lot of that is because like, if you start focusing too much on one deck, like I did, like it'll throw you in a situation where it's like, well, now you have to battle. And I was like, oh, my battle cards kind of suck. So I guess I'm going to die here. And I was like, I guess I got to balance this out more or something. I don't know what I'm doing.
How do they like, I've never played like an early access game. Do they have like a really good channel for the users to like voice those concerns, or is it more of just like
this one does actually? And I'm actually next time I play it, because I do plan on going back to this fairly soon. I might actually give it a shot. Not today, obviously, but some other time. But they have a thing on theirs where it's like you can press F8 on your keyboard and give us direct feedback.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
To the developers. So that's really nice.
Because that seems to be like the whole point of the early access is, besides like getting money while they're still working on the game, right, also they can see like what needs to be worked on that they hadn't thought about because they're in their bubble,
right,
developing it, and they don't realize what's not working and what's not fun,
and what's unbalanced, and so on and so forth. And that these things happen, and that's why I'm like not being too harsh on it. I think if I would have gotten a tutorial, like, or I'm not saying there wasn't a tutorial. It was a fine tutorial, but like I needed more. Like I was like, I don't know what this mechanic is that you're an entire mechanic you're introducing that I have no idea what it is. So I'm like, I just felt like it needed a little bit more onboarding. But what they're doing seems neat. It's just like, I don't know, like going that hard on an RPG, especially like, okay, you get so far in a run, then you die. Now all the dialogue is mostly the same. Like, especially in the beginning. Mm-hmm. So now you're just like, click through all this dialogue. Okay, now we're at the card part. Like it's a little weird, but I think it's a cool idea. It's worth checking out if if you're really bored and really want one of these types of games. And
and I'm now more interested in these. So if you find one that's like on a console and like a little flashier, definitely let me know, because I can definitely see the appeal now. Like I'd heard a lot of good buzz about Slay the Spire, and I totally get it. I was like, oh yeah, like I might still go back and play it a little bit, but I definitely wanted. I was like, oh, my character just kind of jiggles a bit, and then damage happens. Yeah. Like that's boring.
I mean, I would give, if you ever see like Monster Train for like free or something like that, I would definitely give it a shot. Like, especially if you get addicted to like the card building aspect, which like, that's what I like about them. I would definitely give that a shot. I maybe, or on sale or whatever, but because I really like that game. I've been having a blast, and that game is hard as fuck, man. Holy shit. Like, I remember Ben Pack on Giant Bomb was like, I put 40 hours in this game. I'm only on level 2. And I was like, I put 30 in and I'm on level 3. And I think it's impossible from here. I'm like, I've got to the point where I'm like, I think this is impossible, but I'm just not good enough to get past here. but I still keep plugging away. I'm like, one of these times I'm gonna fucking nail it. It's gonna be great. And the other game I played was on Game Pass, and it's called Night Call.
Dude. So like, I just fired up the Xbox before we started recording because I wanted to download the Messenger, and I saw that, and I was like, I should download this, and I was like, I'll just let Justin tell me about it because I know that he's going to play this.
Yeah. So this actually, it reminds me up and down of a game I played last year called Neocab. Up and down of it. But this one actually, if I'm correct on my timeline, it came out on Steam before Neocab. I could be wrong. You can fact check me on that. I do not mind, but I really like this game actually. Like I said, it's very similar to Neocab. I feel about the same way that I felt about that game. Neocab was like, I was like, there's a lot of interesting stuff going on here. I'm not sure if all the writing hits for me, but like, I had an enjoyable time with it. You know, definitely not like Game of the Year territory, but like I enjoyed what I played. And had
what time commitment are we looking at here
for this one? Not too much. It's maybe I finished it in like an evening. Like I'm yeah, like 3-4 hours.
I might still check it out then. Yeah.
So the entire concept of this one is a little different than Neocab. This one is they'll say it's roguelike. It's not. It's run based, right?
Well, the trailer sounded like the story changes every time that you play it, which is interesting. Like literally, like a person who's innocent could actually be the killer
in the next
on another playthrough, that's neat.
Yeah, like basically, like you're a taxi driver. You're going around. You're picking up passengers. You have to make money to do stuff, get gas, do whatever. I don't know what happens if you run out of money. I actually felt like this was a lot better balance than Neocab was, because Neocab, I felt like it was impossible to keep up money to the point where I was just like, I guess I just sleep in the parking lot at some point because I don't know what else to do.
Little two papers, please, in that respect.
I think and I'm sure that was their point, because like it was supposed to represent kind of this downward slide as you went, as things progressively got worse. I seen what they were going for, but this one I didn't have any problems with any of that stuff. It seemed, or maybe I just picked up the right people every time. Yeah. And basically it's like you're solving this mystery. You get framed by this police officer lady, and you gotta solve this killer who tried to kill you. And you're basically going and giving them cab rides, like the suspects of this case of who you think is the killer. Cause if you don't find the killer, they're going to pin it on you. It's a long story. You play the game, you get it. It's really neat. Like you're going, like as you unlock clues, like you go and like investigate spots, and like it'll give you more evidence. You get done with the night and you go back to your apartment. You have like a little like yarn board, like with all the evidence connecting to other people. And it's like they say in the trailer, it's like, it's not who has the most evidence against them, it's the most compelling. And I got the killer right on my first run. I was pretty proud of myself, because I was like,
nice.
Not 100% if it's this guy, but I think it's them. I hope I'm right. And like, yeah, it's pretty neat. And they also offer, so they offer like the initial mystery, which I think is called The Judge. And then there's two or three other modes of play. I think there's a whole separate mystery with like more suspects and stuff like that in it. And it's like a different style of killer and all this other stuff. And then there's like I know there's for sure, there's like, we'll pick it random for you. You won't know what you're going to get until you start the run. I'm like, this is really neat. And like, a lot of the dialogue and writing is pretty good. And I liked a lot of the characters. Some of them were really fun and quirky. There was ones where I was like, I want to see how their story concluded. I don't know what happened. Like, where did they go? And I felt bad that I couldn't find them again. There was some definite like traumatizing ones that were pretty interesting, but I like dark and gritty bullshit, so that was up my alley. But yeah, it was a cool game, especially for being on Games Pass. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much all
Like I know that this one is like persona non grata on like the Square Roots podcast, but they released the Bard's Tale remastered, and I watched the trailer because I've never played it.
I've seen that,
and it made me laugh pretty hard. And I was like,
too.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and download this. and also like, John Brandon knows this, but I have an unhealthy love for Tony Jay, the voice actor.
Ah, yes.
he was Judge Claude Frollo in Hunchback of Notre Dame. He's the like your master in the Soul Reaver games. And he's the announcer or the narrator on the Bard's Tale. And when they said that, I was like, okay, I need to play this now. Because like, there's a really funny bit where like he's like, well, that can't be right. I'm just going to ignore that stuff in the next parts of the script.
I watched that. I watched that trailer. Yeah, because I was like, okay, I want to see the legendary Square Roots Bard's Tale, because I don't think I've ever seen it in action before. And I watched it. I was like, yeah, this game doesn't look very good, but it's funny.
It looks like graphically, it looks bad, even though it's a remaster.
Yeah.
Because it's like they just took the PS2 assets and up-res them. Like they didn't do any work to them.
Yeah, that's pretty
much
much it.
Which is fine. Yeah. I mean, it's an action RPG like Champions of Norath and stuff. So it's like it's zoomed out for the most part anyway. So I think I might be playing that pretty soon. I've been playing so many old games lately. It's so weird. Like this year, like I realized I was like, the only new thing that I've played this year is Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Yeah.
And then everything else has been old games. Like I don't even count, like Saints Row the Third Remaster came out this year, but it's just a remaster. It's an old game. I mean, I'm playing Last of Us 2 right now, but yeah, like pretty much like it's that. And then Ghost of Tsushima comes out next month. And then nothing for me until the end of the year.
Yeah.
So
I mean, Cyberpunk. I mean, there's a lot of stuff coming out. Yeah, around the big time where games come out. But
when Cyberpunk got delayed, I texted you because I was like, oh no, like Cyberpunk, Yakuza 7, and Vampire: The Masquerade Bloodlines 2 are all coming out in the same month now.
That might be where I develop a backlog because who knows, but. Yeah, it's gonna be something, man. It's gonna be something. But ain't been much else for me, man. That's about it. Like I've been really hoping for games to come out, and like I said, I watched a lot of stuff. I watched The Last of Us. That was, I'm not gonna say anything about that. I watched, been watching KOTOR 2, which has been great. That game is really good. It's really good.
I continue to watch 14 and 14, and he actually gave us a shout out. He listened to the episode, which was really cool.
Julian sent me the that video, and I was like, "Why do I need to see this?" He was like, "You need to see this." I was like, I'm sitting there. I'm like, "What? Why do I need? What is going to happen?" That I'm, and then it name drop. I was like, "Oh shit! Okay, all right, nice." Yeah,
and I guess real quick, like we're going to move into the last segment, but I feel like we've gotten like a handful of new people, which is great. Like definitely like one thing that you could really do is if you're new to the show or just, have some friends who are dabbling with podcasts for the first time because of like, they've got more time to listen to them now and stuff. Tell your friends. It really helps a lot. Like, I want more people listening, but I also really want more people participating because, we definitely have strived to make the show more interactive with the listeners. And I want to hear from some of y'all that listen every episode but don't ever comment. So, don't be shy. We're a very welcoming podcast.
We're talking to you. Yes, you.
Yeah, you know the one. Yeah.
You know who you are. You.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think there's nothing left to do but lower the cage and step into the ring for a video game cage match.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the greatest spectacle on earth. This will be one hellacious ride tonight. This is a 15-foot high steel cage, ladies and gentlemen. Who will triumph? Who will prevail? And who will realize their dream?
All right, and I'm turning things over to Justin because he actually booked this match. We got beef. We got to squash it.
Listeners can't see this, but I'm sitting over here. I'm stretching out. I'm getting ready for this shit. So we got Silent Hill Homecoming and Silent Hill Downpour in the cage together. The two I won't say the worst because I don't know how good Book of Memories is, but I've heard it's worse than actually both of these games.
Oh, that doesn't even count. That was like some sort of weird, like PlayStation Vita, like
okay, that makes sense.
Multiplayer offshoot.
Okay,
weird thing.
okay,
Yeah,
that doesn't
no.
count. That doesn't count. You're right.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. Okay, I didn't. Even know what it was.
I wouldn't even really count Shattered Memory because that's like this weird, like non-combat remake of the first game. Like the only other game that I would really put into the series is Origins, which I haven't played.
Shattered Memories was so cool, though. I
want to play that one.
Dude,
I own it.
That game. Okay, so that one I watched in between these two. So the entire reason this happened is I was just on a big Silent Hill kick where I was watching, I was going to I'm going to watch some of these Silent Hills that I've never watched before, which included Homecoming, Downpour, and Shattered Memories. I think I watched Downpour first and was like, wow, that was shit. You're going to hear me argue on behalf of one of these games, and I want you all to know that I think these games are both terrible. And then I watched Shattered Memories, and I was like, super impressed by the ideas that it had. That game is awesome. I think the only mistake that game makes is it tries to be a remake of the first game, and I think that's where it kind of falls off a bit. Only because I'm like, I wish this was just its own Silent Hill game. Like, I wish it wasn't trying to be a spinoff. It's awesome. It psychoanalyzes you the entire game. Like, it's basically where I feel like Until Dawn got that whole thing from. Like, it does the Until Dawn thing of like, you're in the room with the psychologist. Here's this thing we're going to give you, and then we'll base what the actual game is based on what you pick. It's really cool.
I think the only reason I didn't pick it up back at the time was because I was kind of bummed out that it was a retelling of the first game.
It is, and I would go in just going, okay, it's its own thing. Just it's a total offshoot. Just consider it its own thing, and it's a really great game. Like it's really cool. It's almost to the point where I'm like, I wish this wasn't a Silent Hill game because it's so cool what they did. They were like, hey, Silent Hill combat, not the greatest. Let's just take that out and just, make all the enemy you just run away. Just run. It's fine. But it still looks great. It has a really cool flashlight mechanic and stuff like that. But, for the Wii, it is cool. But anyway, that's not what we're here to talk about.
That was not in the cage.
We're not here to talk about Shattered Memories. I just like to toot its horn a little bit. We're here to talk about Downpour and Homecoming. Okay. Again.
And to be clear for the listeners, this is a battle of the Western-made Silent Hill games.
Absolutely.
That's very important.
I want to start, again, I want to emphasize, I hate that I'm fucking defending Silent Hill Silent Hill Downpour even a little bit because the game's not good. It's very bad, but it's just slightly better than Homecoming. Like, it edges it out just enough for me, just storyline wise. Now, again, I didn't play them. I don't play horror games, but I love watching them. There's something about it. I don't know why. I would put it like this. Homecoming is so unbelievably generic to me in almost every sense that I found no enjoyment out of any aspect of it, of watching it, just from a storyline perspective. Downpour is not good at all. Again, I need to make that clear. Downpour is also bad. But at the same time, there are moments in Downpour where you're like, oh, that's a really cool idea. Like that's a neat thing that you tried to do. You fucking failed at it, but God bless you, you tried. And I give them a lot of credit for like that stuff. Like there's a scene where there's a whole side quest actually, where you go into like a theater and you go in, you have to put these movie reels on, and then you go inside the movies. It would have been awesome had it been done by, developers who didn't suck, I guess. The developer who made this only made 2 games. Is called Vatcher Games. This was their last game. So if that makes any sense.
Are they the ones who did that weird first-person shooter on the 360? Like, was it Sacrifice or had like a phoenix on the cover.
You'd have to look up Vatra Games. Again, they only had 2 games, and one of them was Downpour, and it was their last game. So, the other one, Double Helix made Homecoming. They've made a ton of stuff since, or at least I think the last game they made was a mobile game or something like that. For some reason.
Oh, geez, they only made 2 games,
Yes.
and Downpour was one of them.
Yes.
I thought you meant there were 2 games before that.
Oh no,
they did some weird Russian attack game.
Yeah. They were like a Konami side studio. I have a feeling.
Legendary, I think, is the game that I was thinking of.
Oh
with
God,
the weird Phoenix
Legendary
on the
is
front.
super horrible. Oh wow, yeah, that's notoriously bad. But Downpour, while its monster design is awful, it's like dudes that look like vampires with their shirts off. That's a lot of the monster designs in Downpour.
It's all the monster designs,
pretty much. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. I'm not sticking. Their monster.
You're the one who picked this fight.
Oh no! I fully expect this. I just want to explain why I think this one is slightly better, and I mean slightly. But Homecoming, like, it's just like, it's like some people played the first couple games and went, "Yo, gamers, we really like those games too. We know what you like about them, so let's put the Silent Hill 2 nurses in there. Why? Because fuck it, they're just here. They're in there." And what else do people associate with Silent Hill? Pyramid Head. He's in the game. Fuck it. Why? Does it make sense? No. Doesn't make any sense. I think, and like I said before, it's just so generic by the numbers. It's that era of gaming at its core where, like, they took a concept like Silent Hill, where Silent Hill has its own thing. You know, you go into these areas, they're pretty big areas. You walk around them. There's always this thing with Silent Hill games that I always love, where it almost feels like you're lost, and that's kind of like the part of the horror to it. And I don't.
And you feel like you're always missing something that's important.
Exactly. And
which I will say Downpour does better, because like
exactly.
you literally, like, the best stuff in Downpour is the side content, and you can miss a lot
exactly.
of that stuff very easily.
Exactly. And that's
actually the only good stuff of that game is the side missions.
Exactly. I 100% agree. But Downpour, or Homecoming rather, is like, it's kind of like almost like a hallway type thing. It's Silent Hill on rails as much as it can be. And to that degree, I'm just like, and the only part that isn't is like the very first town you go to is like Shepherd's Glen or whatever. And that's a little bit open, but even still, they kind of railroad you where you have to go. And it's just not very good. Also in terms of story, like, you know, Silent Hill games not known for their combat. And I always kind of like that about them. Like they don't make it hard. They give you, like, in the old games, they would just pile ammunition on you. If you didn't shoot your gun, you just have like 200 shots at the end of the game, because fuck it. It doesn't matter. And like, I respect that Homecoming was like going for a different thing where, like, hey, the character's from the military. Spoilers, he's not. So he can shoot good and he can fight good. He has a knife. And it's like, oh yeah, that's cool. You could do so much with a Silent Hill game with a guy in the military. Just like, think of that concept. And I feel like they just went, no, but he wasn't in the military. He was in a mental institution the entire time. That's the twist. Now you don't have to play that game. You're welcome. Fuck, man. I hate every part of that game. I just go, God, fuck, man. I hate this shit. It's so, why? It's a twist that, like, if you've played almost any horror game ever, you see coming a mile away. Like, you're just like, oh yeah, the kid's dead. Got it. Understood. Like, almost minute 1. And it's very heavy-handed. Not to say Downpour isn't. I almost want to keep saying Downcoming. Like, I seriously mix these games up this much because they're both terrible. But in Homecoming, like, there's parts where it's just like, you go to this guy and he's this redneck guy and he sells the guns. You're gonna get a gun and shoot the guns at the bad things. And you get the gun. And he's like, oh, what's with all these clocks on the wall? He's like, they're all stuck on the same time. It's almost like this town doesn't want us to forget something. It's like, okay, we fucking got it. You didn't have to rub that part in. Like, it's just so, and I respect a lot of what they did. They made it to where it was like, hey, let's have Zelda boss fights. Let's do this whole thing. And that's cool. Like, some of the boss designs are really cool in that game. I give Homecoming a lot of credit for that. Like, but at the same time, it ends on such a bad note. Like, the ending is determined by like 3 different choices that you make throughout the game. Like that's how you determine an ending in that game, which is so un-Silent Hill to me, because Silent Hill endings, back in my day, they were so like based on like the subtle things that you were doing. Like, James would look at a photo or look at his knife or whatever, and it was decided that way. This is just like
some of that is kind of bullshit when you think about it. It's like, okay, I had this knife in my inventory and I'm going to look at it because it's in my inventory because I think I need to do something with it.
Yeah.
And because I looked at it, apparently I'm going to kill myself. Like,
yeah,
it's neat and it's kind of bullshit at the same time.
But it's interesting. But it's an interesting thing to do. It's a
Yeah.
lot more interesting than, these binary choices determine my ending. Like, I don't know. It was very of that time, and that's fine. But like, I don't know, man. It's just that. I don't know. And also, that game, like I said, it ends on just a wet fart of an ending to me, all around. Because at the end, you go, spoilers, you don't start in Silent Hill, you start in Shepherd's Glen. I think it's a neat concept where it's like, hey, Silent Hill's starting to come over into Shepherd's Glen. We have made this deal with Silent Hill, blah 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 blah. We got to go back to the Shepherd's Glen or Silent Hill. They do it in the most movie way possible, with the most movie line I've ever heard in a video game of we need to go back to Silent Hill. And it's like, oh God, come on, man, fucking Jesus. And this game did come out around when the movie came out. It was kind of a tie-in. But it ends on the wettest fart of, hey, now you're going to go fight the most dangerous enemy in Silent Hill history, mankind. And it's just like, you fight actual humans in a silent. I'm like, you are completely missing the fucking point of what these games are. And I'm not saying Downpour. I almost said Downcoming again. There it is. I'm not saying Downpour doesn't miss the point, because it does. It tried. It's one of those things. It's one of those games that I look at and I go, oh, cute. It really tried, didn't it? Like, there's a lot of like little things that you pick up and you go, oh, that could be going somewhere, and they don't. It's really disappointing in that aspect. It has a twist that you're like, okay, yeah, I get it. And it's kind of like the same type of thing where toward the end, you could just tell they ran out of ideas. They were just like, I don't know, enemy waves, throw them at them. Fuck it. You're just like, no, this guy's, you're fucking this up. And I could tell it plays shitty. I absolutely can. But at the same time, I'm like, well, they put good combat in Homecoming because this guy's a military guy, but he's not a military guy, so it doesn't really check out. I don't know. It's weird. And so that's why I think Downpour is a better video game. Just slightly. It's because I respect that they tried and they made a Silent Hill game. They made a shitty Silent Hill game. Don't get me wrong. But there are bits and pieces here and there that I'm like, I respect what you went for here. You fucked it up, and you got Korn to do the end song of your game. That says a lot about Downpour right there. But I respect what they went for. It doesn't hit, but it's just ever so slightly better than a game that I feel was just like, I don't know, just take the best of the series and throw it in there. And that's how I feel. That's my story. And thank you for your time.
I kind of want to just concede the point because this is now the longest cage match we've ever had.
You're welcome.
I'll defer to you on story because the way that I remember, because I played both of these games when they came out and not since.
Right.
I remember, because I reviewed Downpour for Pixelbit, and I remembered hating every moment of that story because it was so ham-fisted, where I felt that Homecoming was trying to do something more subtle. But I'm not like this is cage match,
right?
So we're fighting here, and a Silent Hill is really as strong as its enemies, and Downpour has dudes. Terrible looking dudes that go down really fast.
Hey, don't you dare forget about Blow Up Doll Shadow Lady, okay? Don't you dare forget.
literally just remember weird looking dudes.
I've never laughed so hard at an enemy type before when I see blown up Downpour. I almost give it to Downpour based on that alone. And Downpour also had an enemy that is unkillable called the Void, which is just a giant red ball. It's so shitty. It makes me laugh.
Oh yeah, those were the worst parts of that game.
So
I hated that so much.
They're so terrible. And the reason I laugh is because if the ball touches Murphy, who's the main character, he gives off this like terrible Wilhelm scream, and I died laughing every time because it was so bad.
Yeah.
But almost Downpour gets it alone just for those hilarious bits.
No, but Homecoming, it also has a theme, and I was talking about this with Rob from former co-host, but because we had a pretty deep conversation about this a while ago, just because that's what we do,
right?
But with the character being like supposedly from the military, like there's kind of this quasi like don't ask, don't tell psychosexual thing with most of the enemies, which is really cool. So you got like those weird like part shark, part vagina monsters that are really weird, and then you've got that big like bondage monster that seems to be like the duality of sexuality, where it's like one part is very masculine and one part is very feminine, and it's like it's all like trussed up in bondage gear. You've got obviously like the sexy Silent Hill 2 nurses, but they're still scary and effective, and you've got Pyramid Head. So like Downpour is just not hanging with like the sheer power in the ring that Homecoming has.
It also has the most dangerous enemy of all, Mankind. At the end.
Yeah, I mean, well, because Mankind is a triple threat, because you also have Dude Love and Cactus Jack in there. So.
Well played. But yeah.
And then also, like, and I had mentioned this to you on Twitter, is that I definitely think this is one of the situations where
if you played it,
where watching a game doesn't give you, because that's the thing about video games, right? Is that it's all well and good to watch a Let's Play, but like the whole point of video games is to experience them.
The other, and I would like to say that they both looked like they played like shit. I want to make that.
No, I was going to say Homecoming plays fine.
Yeah, it probably
like Homecoming was actually enjoyable to play.
I don't doubt it.
And I say enjoyable in quotes because like no Silent Hill is really enjoyable,
right?
Because that's not really the point. But like the mechanics of Homecoming were doable, where fucking Downpour, when you have a fire axe that is used to break down doors, that breaks while it's doing that.
Yeah, weapon durability,
because all the weapons are breaking.
They got that from Origins, and they there's a ton of stuff that it's almost like they just directly ripped it off from Origins a little bit.
Yeah.
That weapon durability is one of them, and the other the theater is in Origins, but they do the theater a lot cooler in Downpour. I give them a lot of credit there. There's also like a cool scene with a play in Downpour, where you're
I remember the theater, and I remember the like the haunted house with like the ghost family that you're trying to solve what's going on with there. Like there's some really cool like side content stuff in there, but yeah, like I think I gave it 2 stars on
and rightfully
and
so.
if I had been rating Homecoming, I think I would have given it like a 3.5, maybe even a 4 at the time.
Wow, that's
because I really enjoyed it. Now I will say also that I didn't experience the litany of glitches that the game has.
Yeah, I was going to say
game breaking
there's
bugs
some
on it,
real bad bugs in it, and I watched a lot of them happen too. Which is another reason why I was like, wow, this looks terrible and bad to play.
I may be cursed when it comes to video game consoles, but I seem to be blessed when it comes to video game glitches, because I almost never run into them.
Yeah, and I remember there's an enemy type in Homecoming. I think they're just like smoker guys. They like open their chest up and smoke pours out. Do you remember those guys?
Vaguely.
You have to shoot them in the weak spot because it's a video game.
Yeah.
They had a weird glitch where like I remember the people I was watching playing, they went in an alleyway to look, because it's a Silent Hill game. You go everywhere to explore because that's what you do. There might be something down there. So they went down this alleyway, and they got tracked down by 2 of these monsters, and they couldn't get around them. They were out of ammo or something. They couldn't get around them because the hitboxes were just large enough to where they took up the entire alley. Even though they weren't that size. Like it was like, that's bad. But you could only kill them if you shot them in the weak spot. So they just sat there like, I guess we just die here. I don't know what to do. So it was,
All right. Well, we're not going to settle this, but fortunately, our lovely listeners, in addition to booking the matches, although Justin did this one because he's a heel,
I did.
they're also our referees. So we're going to head over to pixelbit.com, and first up, we have Extrian, who says, I initially heard this and was immediately declaring Homecoming the winner by a mile, but then I decided I'm going with Downpour. Why? Because I was literally 20 minutes from the end of Homecoming, which I was enjoying, when the game wouldn't let me progress past a dumbass door. I redid the same 30-minute segment 3 times only for the game to freeze 2 doors from the final boss every time. I finally called it quits, and to this day, don't know how that game ends. Homecoming is a traitorous Shawn Michaels to my Marty Jannetty. Ooh, good pull.
Yeah, indeed. Good
I'm
pull.
angry, but I like the old school Rockers reference.
Yeah, he kicked Homecoming kicked you through a barbershop window. I'm very sorry to hear that. And yeah, I totally get it. After that, we have San Andreas, whose name I spelled wrong in my notes for some reason because I'm very dumb. And he says he has no strong feelings either way. So we're going to move on to Super Steph.
No, I think that means that's one for Homecoming. That's
not
how
what
I read
that means
that
at all. We're going to move on to Super Step, who says, I like the rain theme of the name Downpour. So that, I guess. Rain is cool. Well,
rain is really cool. It rained really hard today, and it was awesome.
Really, in Texas,
God,
I'm happy for you. That's
yeah. It doesn't happen very often anymore, especially around this time of year. But yeah, I really, if I could move to the Pacific Northwest, I would do it in a heartbeat. I just fucking love the rain. Like I literally come alive when it rains. I'm
interesting.
Like people are like, oh, I hope the sun comes out. It's like, no, it just needs to stay like this for like 22 days, and then the sun can come out for 2, and then another 22 days.
It's weird. I like cloudy weather, but I find it annoying when it actually rains. It's weird. But yeah.
No, I get it. Yeah. But I like the sound. I actually go to bed with the sound of like rain. Like it puts me right out.
I think it's because as a smoker, when you go outside and you're like, oh, now my cigarette's going to get wet. This sucks. And that's probably what harmed my opinion. But anyway.
Makes sense. All right. Next up, actually last one on Pixelbit is Casey Curran, who says, I haven't played either, but Downpour is a newer game and is made by Konami. So Homecoming gets my vote. Because once HD consoles hit, the newer the Konami game, the more likely it is to be awful. You are 100% correct.
Very true.
At least the developers of Homecoming were very passionate about Silent Hill. Like they had put together like a pitch game demo to Konami and said, "Look, we love Silent Hill. We want to do Silent Hill." And, like,
and they did make it.
There was passion there.
It was supposed to be Silent Hill 5, and I think it says a lot about that game that at some point somebody's seen it and went, "No, this isn't Silent Hill 5." No.
Well, I mean, but it is Silent Hill 5. It's just they didn't put a number on it. Like
then by definition, that makes Downpour Silent Hill 6.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. If you're gonna number them that way, that's fine. I just.
If they say that they're making like Super Mario Brothers 4, I'm gonna be like, bullshit. Super Mario Brothers 4 was Super Mario World, and then Super Mario Brothers 5 was Super Mario World 2. Like, it's,
I don't know.
They just that they do that with long running series. Like the only ones that like don't do that is Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I feel when you put a number on a thing, like it means something. Like, I mean, even Silent Hill
up to a point, but then
Silent Hill 4
it becomes meaningless.
Had its subtitle, like it was Silent Hill The Room.
But it could have very easily just been Silent Hill The Room.
Right, it could have been, but
I still would have called it Silent Hill.
And then 4. but see, to me, those I consider those spin-offs. I don't know why. Like, to me, that's a spin-off. But and then when you number the series, it's like
to me, the spin-offs would be Origins and Shattered Memories.
And I think the reason my example of this would be Resident Evil, because Resident Evil has numbered entries, and those are the canon ones, and then they have like Outbreak or the other one that I'm trying to think of. I'm blanking on the name, where you play as like Jill and you're in a boat, and that game's not very good. Revelations, those ones, Revelations 2 now.
But I think that's just because they have still continued with those numbering, like the numbering conventions. Right. If they had stopped the numbering after Resident Evil 4, then it would have just been like, okay, this is the next Resident Evil game.
Yeah, you're not wrong, but like at the same time, because they did that, that's where my brain goes. Is putting a number on this thing makes it mean something,
Yeah.
So now
you're right. I'm just more right. That's all.
It's up for debate. We'll flip a coin. After that,
all right. Let me get this one on Twitter from friend of the show, John Golston. Yes. He's at Twitter or on Twitter at Golston, and he says, "I have somewhat fond memories of Downpour, probably because of my 3D TV at the time. I never got around to Homecoming. Advantage Downpour." I will say that he had borrowed Downpour because I actually got like a physical review copy of that game for Pixelbit, and he borrowed it from me because he had the 3D TV and he played it. And he was like, "Dude, I know your review was like really rough, like harsh on Downpour, but it looks amazing in 3D."
Oh, interesting.
And I was like, I can see where that would look neat.
Yeah.
There's certain parts where it was obvious that this is the 3D part.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I
believe it.
Game plays like ass.
Don't doubt it, man. Like I said, I hate defending it, and I'm only coming at it from a story standpoint. Like storyline wise, I'm like, you tried. Anyway, I talked about that enough. I need to read this one because it made me laugh, and it's not even a vote for anything. But Philip PK Becker on Twitter says, "Cage match, no idea. How about Silent Hill 4: The Room?" I wish everybody would have voted that way. I'd have laughed my ass off. None of these. Silent Hill 4 wins. Fuck it. He says, I wasn't really paying attention to the options, so if 4 isn't one of them, just disregard. I refuse to disregard because it made me laugh.
I think that's that, but see, 4 is closer to Homecoming, so I think that's a vote for Homecoming.
No, I know.
I think that's how that works.
I know you like to think these things, but I don't think that's how the cage is decided, Julian. I think that's one for Silent Hill 4. I think you need to add that to the list. Absolutely.
Silent Hill 4 is pretty good, so
it's not bad. I really want to watch that game, but the first person parts throw me off.
Yeah. All right. Next up, we have Xavier Krieger on Twitter at Cadus Bane, who says, I haven't played either of these games, so I'll judge them by the covers. Homecoming looks way creepier than Downpour, and I have to give the advantage to the possessed father and son team. They have the numbers, they have the menacing stares, and the axe guy doesn't even have any eyes.
The axe guy is actually the main character of the game. Now you know that revelation. You never have to play these games. I'm helping. I'm helping you guys. You have no idea. These games are terrible. Don't play them. Well, I mean, maybe if you want to give Homecoming a shot, it probably plays fine. And also the father and son team from Homecoming, they are father and son, but they are not possessed. So I just want to get that out of the way. They weren't possessed. That was not a thing that they did, but the father played a big role, I guess. He was part of the cult. After that, we have our buddy at A Roguish Ham. He is Angelo Grant. You all know him. Don't act like you don't. He says Silent Hill Homecoming versus Silent Hill Downpour. I have not played these games, but Homecoming reminds me of sports, and I do not enjoy most sports. Downpour reminds me of rain, and I do like rain, so long as I'm not caught in it. So Downpour it is.
I need to restructure the rules of video game cage match.
I think it's funny because I had like this. That was literally the most serious in the cage match I've ever been, because I was just like, I just need to let people know why I think this thing, and everybody else voted on the most hilarious stuff. Good job, listeners! You nailed it.
All right, next up is Red Venom on Twitter at Zakelli7, who says the one that Justin picked. Don't even care which one it is. I just feel that Justin is the underdog or scaredy cat of this fight. You fucked me, Red Venom. You just fucked me.
He's the Jeffka for you. That's great. Oh, and then finally we have Jeffka, who I hate. And he says, cage match. I haven't played either of these games, so I'm going to look at the box art and decide which I like better. Yep, Homecoming gets my vote. Downpour's art looks silly. Well, that's what's fun. Downpour has the PlayStation 3 logo on it, and I'm a 360 shill. Yes, even 10 years after it is relevant, buy an Xbox 360. You might have to, because your other one probably red ringed by now. Zing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, once they did the redesigns,
once they
those
redesigned it, I get it, but still.
Yeah.
You're
not wrong.
Joke.
It was. All right, yeah, it's Downpour by a mile.
Yeah.
You guys fucking suck. I can't impress upon you how bad that game is. Go and read my review on pixelbit.com, and then you tell me how you feel about this cage match. You tell me how you feel.
Julian, I feel like I made my case.
You made nothing.
I did. I feel like I expressed why I felt the way I did, and I feel like I did an okay job. So, but I totally understand your argument, and I think the slightly better game won here today. That's all I'm saying. Thank God for the rain.
All right. Well, you booked that match, but you still haven't chosen one from the listeners. So why don't you go ahead and book the next match, especially since I wanted to make it to where like you get to book or you get to pick the stage select and book the match for that that week. So
all right, I'm going to book this one. This one comes from Xavier Krieger, and he has booked KOTOR versus Tales of Vesperia.
Okay.
I know one of those games, but I will have to look up more about the other one. And
all I know about Tales of Vesperia is they're bouncing because of Angelo.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yep. Well, that could be the deciding factor in this cage match, Julian. We'll have to tune in and find out.
Yes. All right. And remind us what we're doing for stage select next episode.
I want to know people's favorite console launch games.
Yes. And we're going to want both of those by 8:30 Central Time on July the 10th. Once again, you can go to pixelbit.com and comment in the show thread for episode 179. You can DM us on Twitter at NWPcast. You can also go to facebook.com/nerdswithoutpants podcast and message us there. And also, we need new cage match bookings, especially if you haven't submitted very many or any at all. I'm talking about people who rarely like comment, like Hexus or Fire in the Hole or Matt Jorgensen. Definitely want to get some from you because we've got like a bunch, but they're from like the same like 3 people, which is fine. But you know, there's some other bookings out there that I know you guys have in the hopper. So
yeah, Matt Jorgensen book Magic the Gathering Arena versus Hearthstone. Do it, you coward.
No, please don't. Actually, I wouldn't mind. I can get down with that. I'm just kidding.
I was kidding too, but that would actually be interesting. I'd be into it.
Yeah. All right, so we'll go ahead and wrap up this possibly longest episode of Nerds Without Pants ever. I got to see after I edit it down.
It might be.
Thank you all for hanging in there, and really just hanging in there in general. Like I get the impression that people really dig this show, and they really dig when we go long. And I guess, I mean, for my part, when I'm editing it, like it always seems to go quickly. Like when I'm listening back to it, like it never feels like it drags. So hopefully that's not how listeners feel.
I've been here for this entire time, and I didn't even realize that we went that long until I looked at the clock a little while ago. So yeah, that's how that happened.
Yeah, there you go. All right, and you can find us individually on the Twitter. Justin?
I am at Tyrone_Swift, and you can also follow my other podcast at Clickbait Update.
Yes. Do you know what you're doing next time, or still?
Absolutely not.
Excellent. As it should be.
Yeah, that's how we roll now. We do not know until like the day before, maybe.
All right, and you can find me at Julian_Titus. Once again, you can find the show at NWPcast. You can find Mike Fallek at Big Little Weasel. That's where you can find all the stuff that he's promoting. We'll definitely have to have him back on soon. We were robbed of all of our phallicness. Hope he's doing okay. Yeah. And if you listen to the whole show, Mike, hope you enjoyed what we did after you left. And our theme music, Relax, and interstitial music, To the Max and Moody Grooves, comes to us from Megan McDuffie. Just search for her by name. You'll find all of her good stuff, as well as the full version of our theme song on her Bandcamp. And she's doing like a lot of really cool stuff, so definitely go follow her.
Sure is.
And if you haven't done it already, consider rating and reviewing us on Apple Podcasts or wherever you get your podcasts. It would help us a lot, and I'll read them on the air. And also, please tell a friend. It also helps us a lot. But I think that's it for this lengthy episode of Nerds Without Pants. So for myself, Justin, special thanks to Mike, who couldn't finish off the episode with us. Thanks for listening. Keep it pantsless, internet. And wash your goddamn hands.